You to go, Dominic. Your break. Yep. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The first frame. Dominic Dale to break.
Where the tournament really warms up now. We're down to the quarter-final stage. Dominic Dale from Wales, playing last year's finalist Barry Hawkins, and Dominic's done very well this tournament so far. Had a very good win against Michael Wasley in the previous round.
Can you just check the volume level of your
by
earpieces,
12, 13 frames to 4, I should say, and be interesting to see. Barry, it's amazing, Terry, they've only played each other twice, and they haven't played each other since 2008, which is a long, long time ago for two players who play virtually in every tournament. Barry Hawkins, strong favourite to win this match.
Well, he's turned down the possibility of taking the long pot on. He's slightly fractionally off straight, which takes the cue ball towards the cushion. Oh, looks to be changed his mind. Perhaps that's the secret. Pretend you're not going to play it and then play it. Hit it well though. You see, you can't get a lot of spin on here. That's his problem. Got a slight angle there, but it doesn't look straightforward to get it on a red. I think he played for the red to the extreme left of the pack into the bottom right corner, but he just caught the black slightly full, and that stopped the speed of the cue ball. Took a few inches off the run. You'd have had a straight for this is difficult now. He's turning it down. He's playing a safety shot. Too much risk involved with that.
Barry Hawkins, 8.
Take that. Twice across, it looks very good. Excellent.
Needed to miss the kiss on the yellow to be perfect, but he has done.
Far, miss.
Oh, wow.
Dominic Dale.
If that had gone behind the green, it'd have been a free ball. Now, Dominic may play a shot here if he thinks he's got advantage. It wasn't that difficult a safety that Barry Hawkins played there when he missed the ball, just hit it a bit too easy on the side. Didn't throw enough. That's why he missed it.
Foul.
Well, that was
Barry
quite
Hawkins'
funny, that was, wasn't it? I didn't really understand why he took that on.
Well, if he was going to play a safety shot, you'd have thought he'd have played off the pack of reds to open them up, because it was a very easy safety shot. That was a difficult safety shot, but appears no damage done, so Barry can have an extra go at this safety shot he played on the previous visit, and hopefully this time he'll swing it round in behind brown or green off the 3 cushions. Dominic yet to go for a pot.
Well, he may go for one this time. It's I can't see. Not sure if he can get past the green. Well, if he can, he's going to play safe, obviously. Too risky, that long red on the left there. Oh, he's caught that a bit thick again. It turned out okay. Barry Hawkins takes this red on. The cue ball will go between those 3 reds below the pink, around that sort of area. So he's not sure of the positional side of the shot. I caught the red full on. It's turned out fine. Blue in the corner. First chance.
On current form, Barry is stronger in most departments than Dominic, and Dominic's got it to do in this match, in my opinion. Barry Hawkins is a better break builder, a better long putter, better safety player.
7.
It'll be interesting to see how Dominic controls himself in this match. If he stays close, he can certainly win. He's got a very, very good temperament, Dominic Dale. Needs to get off to a good start, though.
13. $14. 20.
This is the type of opening
21.
you're hoping for early on, just to get yourself back into the run of this table. Get the feeling of hitting a few balls into the middle of the pocket. A few reds and a few pinks. Not much to do with the cue ball.
27. 28.
The bottom red of the 3 reds above the
34.
black is clearly available, and he can flick into the other 2 reds and still get on the pink in the middle or the corner, whichever way he decides to play. He decided to play it into the corner.
35.
Played it well.
41.
Barry's a bit like Neil Robertson. When he gets in the balls, they sort of hit the back of the pocket with this crack of a sound, you know, they hit them quite hard. Not saying it's the same style as Neil, but... Now then, this is a bit of slight difference, having to play with the rest, but Barry Hawkins is undoubtedly one of the best on the circuit. I'm glad that went in.
42.
Sometimes they say that and they miss it, you feel a bit silly. Bad kick there, I think the first of this morning's session.
48.
It's more common to see kicks when they're just dropping the ball in dead weight than there is when they're hitting them with pace, but you do get kicks with most type of shots at some time. You just pray that it's not at vital times in the frame. Make cannon off the red here if you can't get past them. Oh, it's a bit unlucky. Played that as well as he could. The reds come out and covered the pink.
49.
He's 49 in front. He's got a difficult blue, yellow. Those are the two portable balls. Wouldn't be a bad time to put a colour safe here. Okay, the black's safe, and there's a few reds on the cushion, but I'm always for keeping your opponent in the chair.
I think the angle he's got on this blue, he can miss the kiss on the yellow, and probably with him being a left-hander, drop on those two reds on the cushion. Well, just put it in the middle of the pocket, so he couldn't miss the kiss on the yellow, but what a fortuitous kiss that is. To have a pot available in the middle.
54.
I mean, kiss the yellow is very fortunate, but 62 points in front. Not far from the winning post.
$55.
Barry Hawkins up to number 4 in the world, his highest ever ranking. He's worked his way forward over the last few years, playing exceptionally good snooker. Finalist here, of course, last year. Was in out to Ronnie Sullivan.
62.
And they won the PTC championships at the end of March. 100,000 first prize.
Came off the cushion a lot faster than they expected, but because he's that far in front, he may take the double on now. He knows that Dominic will come to the table probably as it's the first frame, just to get a bit of practice.
Barry Hawkins, 68.
Just having a look to decide whether he needs any practice or not, but Brian Snookers, it'll be Barry Hawkins that takes the opening frame.
Frame conceded. First frame, Barry Hawkins.
So he decided it was the end. So Barry Hawkins started very well, break of 68, and he does take that opening frame.
Second frame, Barry Hawkins to break.
So then Dominic Dale comes to the table here in the second frame, and there's a little bit of thought going around when you get to the quarter-final stages. You think, well, I'll be little bit more relaxed now. I can start another match afresh, and another 25 frames possible to play. And the next thing, you lose the first frame and you come under pressure immediately. It's never any different out there. There's always pressure.
Well, this is Dominic's first attempt at a pot, I think. The cue ball travelling in to the black area, but nothing straightforward to get onto a colour.
Switch your phones off, please. Glenn, grab the phone.
He wants to go for it, but trying to work out what's going to happen after he's potted it. A little bit more difficult. Oh, he's going dead weight. That's a very, very good shot. I didn't even spot that shot myself.
One.
Played it in such a way that if he caught the top of the pack there, he'd have the pink in the middle. It didn't seem he had any other option apart from hitting it very, very hard and smashing the reds up and hoping to stay on a colour.
A second, Dominic, please.
Pink going behind the pack of reds may make it available into the left-hand corner. Have a little look whether it goes past those reds into this left-hand corner pocket. Dominic's just having a look as well. And it will go, I think, so he can play for the pink here and open a few more reds. So that's worked right in his favour.
Thank you. 7.
There you can see the pink available. May not be able to get onto it this time, may decide to go up for the blue.
Eight.
Dead straight on the next red, the middle of the 3 on the right hand side, and then he can get onto the pink. Just wants to finish low on this pink so he can bring other
13.
reds into play. Doesn't want to finish straight.
Thank you.
So he has finished low.
40.
You would think the pink spot to be available after this shot at the pace he's going to play it, because he'd be moving reds. Might not be. And it might be snookered on the red he's right next to.
He's okay. Of course, that pink one in there is putting it safe now. I don't think... It doesn't look as if you can pot the red and bring that pink back into play. And because the pink's going there, it's also hindering his
20.
His bridge into the red on the right of the pack. Unfortunate there.
Well, couldn't do anything but bounce the cue ball there, but perhaps a little bit of left-hand
21.
side would have helped. But it's still okay. It's on the blue, and the red two up from the black will pot in the opposite corner, so he can screw straight back for that red.
$26. $27.
No, he's okay, because I don't know if he hit it too hard or come quick off the cushion, but he's got a thin cut on the brown to keep him going.
Massive target, though, to go into them, Terry. I mean, if he plays for the loose red here, it's not the normal way of playing these days. It's perfect to go into that bunch of reds. But Dominic plays a different way, doesn't he? As you can see there. I mean, it was just such an easy shot to play into the reds.
31.
Yes, he's looking at the cushion, so obviously he felt that came off a lot quicker than he'd been on the cushion. And he's losing the position side. Well, he's looking for a plant now. Could go off that pink, possibly. If he'd taken the cue ball, probably down to the balk area just in case.
Dominic Dale, 31.
Good attempt at that pot then, and with that plant. And he did play for a bar colour, to be fair to Dominic. And so he failed to go into the pack off the brown, which would have been the correct shot and more positive shot. But that time he took a little bit of a risk. A fraction thicken that, but in Dominic's favour here, the red that's just to the left of the pink into the left corner. Barry's going to have to play a very good shot off that. Avoid the red. The red's by the black and the black. And there's two on the other side there on the cushion that make this shot a little more difficult. Oh, he played it beautiful. Went out, all out for it.
One.
Thought he was going to try and avoid those. They've seen the opportunity. And as Willie'd mentioned, perhaps that's the difference between these two players. Dominic didn't go into the pack off that brown, and Hawkins has taken a bigger risk here, a more difficult pot.
Yes, with these tables being so fast, and you can't always guarantee pinpoint position, and Dominic was playing pinpoint position there. And at the time, both pink and black were safe.
8.
So Barry Hawkins took that risk to bring black into play. He got on it nicely. He's got a chance to get back in the frame, if not winning it now at this visit.
Nine.
Bad contact there. The pace taken out of the cue ball from the kick, which meant he would have been top side of the blue, but it's still okay. Depending on whether the pink pots,
14.
I'm not too sure from that angle whether he can just stun this red in for the pink. We'll know from Barry's shot. He can run through for the black as well. Yeah, decided to play for the black.
15.
And a little bit unfortunate. I think he's going to be slightly hampered. Might turn out in his favour here, because if he screws directly back into the red that's nearest the cue ball, he might get the half ball kiss on that red to leave him on the other red just above the black. Yeah, very clever. Should win the frame now.
$22. $23. $30. 31. 38. 39.
It's only that red with the pink that's caused him a problem. He would have liked to have perhaps an angle here to go into the pink. He's got to be careful. I think it's a bit tight. Believe it or not, if that cue ball had been up a millimetre higher up the table, he would have been able to go into the pink easily. He's got to make sure of the pot. And he sort of played it, I think.
He tried to get into it, but
46.
playing at such a pace that if he missed it, he's still on the red. The fact that he's left-handed makes these two reds on the right-hand side slightly more difficult. Might decide to go for the blue here. He can hold for the black if he wants. The reason I'm saying go for the blue is he's not guaranteed to get the correct
47.
hand on the black, but he has. Now, does he flick the red away from the pink, or does he screw back for the two reds under his arm? Played the flick. Hasn't worked, really.
54.
Yeah, it's not great this. The cue ball's got to cannon into the second red. And players are not quite so comfortable with that. Not sure where the cue ball will end up, and it takes a little bit of the concentration away from the pot. So he's taking is this red pot? Well, it does go. It's very thin, but he's playing into an open pocket.
I still think he's taking the better choice. OK, he might get the double kiss and leave the white near a cushion, but if he plays it pacey, he'd be unlucky not to be on blue, pink or black for the pace. If he's playing it slowly, I think. I wasn't guaranteed to get it perfect. He played it lovely. Very nice. Now, if he could run through without kissing the pink, he's naturally going to be on the 2 reds.
Yeah, what is in his favour there, of course, is the pocket would take the ball easier at that pace if it was not quite accurate enough. Once again, he's got to play a kiss, and once again, it hasn't really turned out perfect, but the red goes past the blue into the corner.
62.
Glance at the scoreboard tells him he's 31 points in front, so may decide to screw back. The easiest shot is running through for the pink, but you leave the red on should he miss it, so he may decide to screw back a few inches for the black. Well played. That's going to be thrown over. Very good.
Barry Hawkins, 63.
Didn't hit it hard or anything, just gentle. Oh, then does the red go past the black? It looks tight. Dominic's down there. It is tight. But at least he's behind the potting angle, if you understand. It's not a thin cut or anything. It will go past the black, but it's got to be perfect.
Just can't believe that Barry Hawkins missed the black. Well, it's frame ball. If he's got an Achilles heel, that may be it. Just sometimes has a little bit of clincher's disease in certain moments in the game. When playing with the rester, it's going to be very tough to pot. As you can see there, it pots off the middle of the pocket and the right-hand jaw. Dominic's a little unlucky not to have an easier pot than that after Barry missed the black.
Well, the only saving grace there is that red has wobbled away from the pocket. Like Willie said, if that black hadn't have wobbled and come out there, Dominic had a straightforward red there to chance to win the frame. It's never easy when you're not 100% sure if it goes in the middle of the pocket. Barry Hawkins, who made a 68 in the first frame, a 63 in this frame. Still not certain to win this frame though with that 63, because Dominic made a 31 earlier on. That was a bit of a tester, and he failed the test. Has he been lucky again? He did. Dominic can get through the gap there this time. Well, he's down again. Looks very tight to pot it.
He's had a bit of luck, hasn't he, Barry? I mean, big slice of luck that was. Is he having to play a little bit of a swerve? What's he playing here?
He's playing off cushion first, I think, is he? Surely not. He went down there with his left-hand side and bottom spin. Perhaps you can see a bit of the red, but it's frightened of the double kiss. It's difficult to see from where we are here. Well, one certain is you can't pot it, unless you'd have been down by now playing it.
Thank you.
Well played. Played that one nicely.
Yes, it's been a bit unfortunate here, Dominic, in this frame. The last two misses from Barry. Been very lucky to get away with it.
And there's a bit of risk involved in that. I'm not sure if you try to put the red there. So the third chance for Hawkins to win the second frame. He's made the most of it this time.
One. Eight. Ten.
This can make a difference to certainly the mindset of the two players. Hawkins would have been devastated to lose the frame after making a 63 break. But he's quite lucky twice
30.
when he missed and didn't leave anything on for Dominic.
$17.
So now what happens from here is that in the next frame, every shot that Dominic gets is a little bit more
22.
difficult than the ones that Hawkins gets, even if it's the same shot.
28.
Doesn't bother the
Frame.
black, but that
Barry
early 63 break was enough for Barry Hawkins to take the second frame, and he leads 2 frames to nil.
So Dominic coming to the table to break off
Thank
in
you.
the third frame.
Dominic Dale to break.
Three sessions, of course, in this best of 25 encounter. 8, 8 and 9. Already Dominic will be trying to make sure he doesn't lose the session, try and get out of it 4-4, which is obviously more difficult now. He's trailing 2-0.
The other thing is that he's led both the matches he's won, the first and second round, against Mark Davis and Michael Wasley. Dominic got in the front early. It's a slightly different ask now when you go behind early on.
Having a look at the plant in the middle, it doesn't appear to be on, but just seeing if he could make it, but he's decided he can't. That's the first really poor safety shot from Barry Hawkins, who's given Dominic a chance now. The black's available. Also maybe the pink's available as well into the right-hand corner, but you would think he'd just play a stun run through for the black. Well, he's not feeling totally positive at the minute, is he, playing that way? Good shot.
Three. Four.
Not too sure whether when the black goes on its spot, this red will still pot. The one directly above the black, as you can see, it pots quite easily now. I presume the black's on its spot. We'll know in a second. It must be, otherwise Dominic wouldn't have played it like that. Well, it's just not quite on its spot, is it? But it's okay.
11.
Good chance this of getting a frame back on the board.
Twelve. Nineteen.
Well,
20.
he's come away from that black spot there pretty early in the break. He would have liked to stay down here, played with the black and pink, and didn't have a good kiss on this blue, so he's taking this on into the corner. We're going to see straight away when he hits it if it's in. Well. But it's 50-50. That would drop at that speed, but
25. $26.
deep screw on here. He didn't strike it too bad. He's not the most powerful player in the game, but did have a chance early on to go into that pack before he went up for the blue. But as we mentioned a number of times, it's not his way, but that time he had no choice.
Dominic Dale, 33.
Little bit short of pace there. There's a tempter on for Barry. The red net's next to the pink, but a good safety shot here, being only 33 behind, would probably be the better choice. Very attacking player though, Barry, but he's going to play the safety. Just make sure you don't kiss into the yellow or brown when playing this safety shot. Got to find the vault cushion on these kind of shots, just to gain the advantage in the safety exchange. Has he kissed the brown? Just. But not too bad. Another tempter for Barry, and this time he can get round the back of the black. He'd love to play it up the left-hand side of the table because he's got more chance of covering those two reds that are free on the right. If he plays around the back of the black, it's going to be tough to get away with it if he doesn't get the pot. And with topspin though. Yeah, he played it beautifully. You can't hit a ball better than that. That's as good a shot as he's played this morning. He's already made breaks of 68 and 63, but that was top draw.
Long potting, of course, is very important in this game, especially at this standard. Most players in the game these days are good safety players, and it's a job to outplay people.
Full.
So long potting comes into play then. Another excellent rest shot from Barry Hawkins.
Five.
He decided just to play the little slow cannon into the two reds near the pink, just to open them up a little bit. Well, he managed to misjudge that. Sorry, he managed to play it without doing that. We know that the red next to the pink pot, so that was his choice. But as you can see, the cue ball has gone very close to the side cushion. Another good recovery.
11.
He's looking very good this morning, Barry Hawkins. And he was a little bit perturbed. He's staying out in a cottage in the countryside, and traffic was a bit tricky this morning. Only arrived about 15 minutes before start of play, but doesn't seem to have affected him at all.
It's not unusual that for Barry.
60.
He likes to come in late on, and he's not one of these. Some players come in an hour before the start and like to have a half-hour practice, and then perhaps a cup of tea and a chat, and then go onto the table. But they're all different.
70.
He didn't like the contact on that one, but I must say he's been lucky again. I could have, if that cue ball was slightly over, watch the shot here now. Didn't get a great contact. But if the cue was an inch to the left, he wouldn't have had a shot on. He's had some good run-ins so far in this match, but some would say that if you play well, you earn that.
22.
Let's get right back into the frame, of course, here, and he trailed by 33 points as he came to the table, and he's only one good shot away from making this a frame winning opportunity. Those four reds, any sort of kiss here would bring those into play. Decided to play on the bottom one, which opens the other one as well. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Hawkins will win at this visit. And Dominic's seat is going to get lonelier and lonelier when you realise you've had a couple of half chances.
I think he played to
38.
kiss the pink then, but as it's turned out, you can bring these reds into play with the red now. Again, he's got to be careful. He's got the pot, the kiss, on position for the colour to think of. That's the main part done.
39.
If you keep potting balls in this game, you're going to be difficult to beat.
Well, it's the first poor shot that Barry Hawkins has played this morning. There's plenty of room there to go either inside the green
44.
or outside. He played outside that time and just misjudged it. But he's 11 points in front. He'll be taking this on. This is Dominic's last chance, I think, in this frame. If he gets this, you'd expect him to win the frame at this visit. Dominic's been given a lifeline. He must take it.
Barry Hawkins, 44. One.
Well, the difference from the previous frame is that when Barry Hawkins missed a red, he's left one on. And previously, he covered them up somehow or other. The ball's in good position.
8.
No reason Dominic, apart from a bit of nerves or a bit of pressure out there, shouldn't make these.
Thank you.
And play for that red.
9.
Well, it can go in the right middle, but it's a bit tight. You should go the other side of the red and leave it either into the corner or into this left centre pocket. Pretty good.
16. Seventeen. 22. 24.
13 in front, so just needs the brown. Give himself a fraction to do here with the cue ball, but he's got enough cue power to play the screw back.
27.
And this will make Dominic relax, because he must have thought a few moments ago when he was sat in his chair he was going 3-0 behind. The applause from the crowd will tell him he's at the point where his opponent needs snookers. The blue to make sure.
36.
Dominic Dale will feel a lot better now. Runs of
Dale.
33 and 36. Barry Hawkins stays in his chair. And it's the Welshman, Dominic Dale, who takes a third frame but trails 2-1.
There's a red available in the right corner, but it's fraught with danger because there's reds available around the black. Didn't play the pot there, of course. He's just playing the snooker behind the black. And once again, Dominic Dale's put a red up the box side of the table, which does restrict the safety options. Referee Brendan Moore with the ball marker there to make sure it's replaced exactly the same spot. No touching ball called. This is what happens when there's red in the back area, and it might suit Dominic Dale a little more than Barry Hawkins, because Dominic doesn't mind these safety bouts and fiddling about a bit. He's quite at home with that. And one thing he has done very well in this championship so far is when he gets a chance later on in the frame, he's always making sure he gets it. And he'd done it in the previous frame and settles him down, as Willie said. Touching one ball, Dominic's doubting that.
Not the other one.
Dominic must look at the other one. You can't question the referee's decision. I mean, it's I don't think it's the best thing to do sometimes, but you have got the option. They're only human. After all, they do make mistakes occasionally, but not very much. They have long bouts out there, the referees. I think they do probably 2 sessions a day most times, and can be out there for, what, 8 hours? Some days that's hard going. On their feet, of course. They're not sitting down comfortable like us in the box.
And we make plenty of mistakes sitting down comfortably in the box, but it's hard sometimes to read a player's mind. You know, you'd suggest what the right or the wrong shot is to play. That's our job in the commentary box, but players obviously don't always play the shot that you see.
Play that nicely. Of course, we should mention the cameramen as well, who do such a good job. There's 2 of them out there on the floor, and they're on their feet all the time. And of course, there's one up above the commentary box who's got to get up there and give the overhead stuff. Good bunch of lads they are. Very much part of the team that's here for this year's World Championships.
Foul and a miss. Barry Hawkins.
Now, if Barry looks here, he could possibly change the pattern of this, because the red past the brown, he could play that, just knock it past the green there. You probably snooker him for that and bring the game into a more open position, because otherwise they're going to be just going back and forth the time off these reds.
I mean, if you could guarantee covering the red out of the middle pocket with the brown or the yellow, you know, you'd definitely play it.
Well done, Dominic. Yeah, Barry. Thanks.
Well, you still got the option on Barry. I think the cue ball anywhere near the yellow pocket off that red behind the brown would leave the centre pocket shot very difficult, even if they could see it. I think he's missed a trick there.
Maybe he feels the red that's near the middle pocket is a relatively easy shot. It doesn't look easy from our commentary position if the white was anywhere near the back cushion, or the baulk cushion as we call it. And I agree with you. I don't think Barry should get involved in safety battles, but Dominic's risking that shot you talked about, Terry. I definitely thought Barry would be the one to play it first, but Dominic's played it very well.
Well, even if he hasn't trapped Barry, which I don't think he has, because he can get past the green for the red. This broke up that little bit of negative safety they both had to play. Then he may be able to get past the brown here. Oh, he's going past between green and brown for the bottom red. He's screwing back here. That could cost him. As soon as you hit one red into another, you're never sure where they're going to end up. There's no control over that. So Barry Hawkins has got this red in the middle. Black doesn't go into the left corner. So we need an angle to come up and down the table. Hit that pretty good.
1.
The harder you hit that type of shot in the centre pocket, the more difficult it becomes.
Yes, and as you can see from this shot, the harder you hit it, the wider the cue ball throws, and very nice little kiss on the red there. If he'd have caught it full, it'd have been on nothing. The fact he's caught it thin, he's got the blue to take in and out of baulk. And the black's available in the left-hand corner, so pretty soon Barry will hope to get on a red that he can do that. Get onto the black. Not this time.
6.
Barry
7.
Hawkins generally always gets topside the blue. He's very, very good in that department. He makes sure he gets topside more often than not.
Twelve. Thirteen.
Needs to be straight on this red so he can run through for the black, which is now available into both corners.
20.
Just coming round to see how far he needs to get on this black. How far down that is. So this is a good chance. Goodness me, I was about to say a good
21.
chance to win the frame at this visit. And all of a sudden, nearly missed a very straightforward red. Didn't detect a kick, I think he just hit it poorly. Well, they'd be disappointed he hasn't got on
28.
these two reds nicely to get onto the black. May have to use the pack of reds now in playing something here. He could play the screw into the pack and screw off them and still be on the black. It's a very attacking player, Barry. Decided it's a little bit too risky, so maybe playing the fine cut. No, he's going back to the original choice. Not guaranteed this, but should get on the black. Didn't screw back though.
29.
Thought it had played a little bit more powerfully than that. And he'd be disappointed, wouldn't he? 33 points in front, and that's end of break.
Thank you. Barry Hawkins, 29.
And once you put in the balls like Barry Hawkins was on his previous visit, it's Very easy to just drop your concentration down a little. The disappointment of not clinching the frame at that visit. Part of the work I do with players is to train them to get rid of things as quickly as possible and see things as they are in front of them. Doesn't always work, mind.
Got to be honest, it's one of the hardest things to do, Terry. Not everybody can do it, can they? I mean, there's a lot of great players you've seen in the game. When they miss a ball, it takes them a while to get over it.
Well, as usual, it's now if you get punished for it. If he loses the frame now and it goes to 2 each, then he will remember that shot that he played there and didn't get the position in the black. It wasn't a disaster. It wasn't quite as bad as missing an easy pot, but it doesn't help.
Very good safety shot from Dominic. That was an excellent safety. Okay, Barry might knock the long one in if he goes for it, but you know, you have to say well done to Barry Hawkins if he knocks it in. But you can't do more than play the best you can from the position you were left in, and that's exactly where he played.
Look at this red on the left. I mean, it doesn't look from here as if he can pot in there on the black. He could opt for cushion first on that red and just push the red towards the black there. Try and get the cue ball nearer to the corner pocket. That would leave things pretty safe. Sometimes you just got to leave your opponent a tough pot on rather than take a very big chance to make a mistake on a safety, a complicated safety. Well, he's taken this on. Well played. Well, took the chance that he potted it. If he could have missed it, there was a good chance of him leaving it on. But what he's done there is gotten out the problem he was in, and now he can put his opponent, Dominic Dale, into a difficult position himself.
Barry Hawkins 1.
And he didn't take his chance to put Dominic Dale in a difficult position. He's got a chance with this red to the right of the black. He can play that and go back down to the safe area on the right-hand side of the table. Maybe he will pot the red as well if it goes. He's having a look at it now. He wants to play it, but plenty of room to get down to the balk area from there. There's nothing in his way on the right-hand side of the table. Played him nicely. Perhaps a little bit too thick, but he'd have been the other side of the yellow and close to the cushion. So now is Barry Hawkins going to take this red on? Well, he's looking here. Putting the cue ball down behind the green area. Green spot area, so he's not taking the one on that's higher up the table. He can get on the black. He's taking the thin cut on. Pretty good. Dominic Dale can see two reds, both of them by the blue. He can't see any of the reds. So he's got an option here. You could take the red on to the right of the blue, pass the black into that pocket and get on the black and wouldn't leave anything on apart from the red he played. But Dominic normally opts for safety in these positions, mainly because his safety is so strong.
Didn't want to see that red come up the table, so Barry could pot this and screw back for the brown in the middle, and that would be virtually a shot to nothing. Looking at that angle, maybe he can't get onto the brown. He could screw onto the cushion and play the brown in the opposite middle. Won't be leaving too much on.
Let me tell you something, if you can knock these in, it does give you confidence. It puts pressure on your opponent's safety as well, because he's sort of striving for a more difficult type of safety shot to make sure you haven't got a long pot on. He hasn't really come great here. Not quite sure if he can roll the blue in. Stay for the reds. I don't think he's got the angle unless he cannons the red. Well, he has cannoned the red. Needed a bit of luck. And that's not it.
6.
Well, it is if he rolls it in, but it's tough.
Yes, he's looking to stay amongst those reds higher up, of course. Oh, he's missed that by a long run.
Barry Hawkins 6.
Never either those, but he didn't really give the pocket a chance then.
Yeah, usually they stick to the cushion, don't they? But as you rightly say, and hit it badly. Never had any chance at all, but sprung away from the jaws. Dominic's going to have to find a safety now. If he's thinking of clipping off one of the reds, he's just going to absolutely make sure he doesn't kiss into the brown, because obviously the red over the pocket would be on, but if he gets anywhere near the jaws of the green pocket, he'll cover that red up. The clip off any of these reds, the brown comes into play, so he's got to be a little careful. Played it nicely.
Once again, taking the longer pot on. Beautifully played. Dominic will be disappointed with the safety shot there. You could say he was a fraction unfortunate to leave a gap there between green and blue. But Hawkins has pounced on it. His long pot has been excellent.
Just played it at enough pace to make the cue ball arc when it hit the cushion. If it played a fraction slower, it kissed into the black. That was an excellent shot. I didn't realise at first glance how good a pot that was on the red.
8.
This was his first red here, and the pace he played it, you see the cue ball here. If he plays it slow, he kisses into the black, but he played it firm enough for that arc in the cue ball there to take it around the back of the black. A lot better shot than it looked.
$50. 16.
Well, he changed his mind there. He needs to slip past those reds, and he's just about made it. If he landed on those, he was on nothing.
Probably noticed a little bit of a wry smile from Barrow there. He actually played for the two reds that's nearest to cue ball in the opposite right-hand pocket, but
24.
hit the black very badly. So everything's going his way at the moment. He's 64 in front. And that's frame over.
29. 30. 37. 38.
I think the main difference from these two in this
43.
4 frames here is that Hawkins has gone for more long pots and got them. Dominic has opted for more safety when there's long pots available.
44.
Different styles, of course. Nothing wrong in that.
$51. 52.
So Barry Hawkins has made breaks of 68 in the first, 63 in the second,
58.
44 in the third, which he lost. And on this one to come, so he's scoring very well.
60.
Dominic has had breaks, 3 of them over 30. So he hasn't got his scoring boots on as yet. Plenty of time.
63. 67. 72.
All this coming, of course, from that long pot that Hawkins took on and got on the black. Very impressive stuff.
78.
Doesn't get close to the black.
In the frame.
But that's 78 from Barry Hawkins. He'll be very pleased with that one. He now leads by 3 frames to 1.
Quietly as possible, please. Thank you. No. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Frame 5. Dominic Dale to break.
Dominic Dale getting frame 4 underway, and he was so keen to get out into the auditorium. He asked actually Martin Clark, our tournament director, whether he could come out early. He was so kind of twiddling his thumbs backstage, and Martin Clark said, no, you can't come out until the correct time when both players come out together. He wanted to get out there and sit there just to get the atmosphere and get his mind in the right place. He would have been disappointed the first 4 frames because he'd had a couple of chances and frames he lost.
Another excellent long pot from Barry Hawkins, but has he come far enough to pot the black? Looks you can get at it, but even if he could, his position is not assertive. Well, he can't get at the potting angle. He can hit the black, of course, but he'd be disappointed there after such a fine long pot. And his long potting, I said earlier, is the key so far to this match. He's 13 out of 15 long pots he's taken on. That's 87%. That's very, very high. Dominic Dale has taken 2 on. He got 100% success.
he sorted a plant out, but he actually can't get to the reds that he's looking at, but he can certainly hit the other red to the left of those two reds and then still plant them, but they're actually dead set. But I think if he plays the other red first, it'll make it a reverse plant, which means it'll push it to one jaw. Come on, have another look. There are the two reds, and if we draw back from that camera angle, we can see that they're dead set to the pocket, but can he get to them? Decided he could, and he could. Good shot, unlucky with a cue ball. Very unlucky with a cue ball.
He certainly took a chance there and would have liked more reward. Now, is he taking this black on? Looks like he is. That's very good. I'm very unlucky. Wasn't 100% sure what type of kiss he'd had, but knocked the black in. Perhaps he's coming out with a little bit of a more positive type of attitude now. The defensive side didn't really work for him in the first 4 frames. So once again, he's got a very thin cut on here. Oh, he's overcut it. Oof, that could be disastrous. And there's a red next to the black.
Dominic Dale, 8.
Which could make things a little bit awkward. Only trouble with those shots, if you miss them, you look a bit silly, you know, because the balls are going all over the place. And
yes, the same can be said about the black, can't it? I mean, the black looked very risky, but it went in, and we sung his praises there. But having played virtually the same shot on the red and missed it, now he's opened the red far and wide. And when you're 3-1 behind, you need to make no mistakes.
1.
I think most players go out there with some sort of philosophy of what they're going to do, you know, how they fancy playing today, whether it's going to be defensive or attacking or a balance. But sometimes you don't get the choice. You just got to, you know, place things that's in front of you. And another day, Dominic may have turned that black down, you know, in the same position.
I certainly agree with him playing a little bit more aggressive, because in fairness, he was a little negative in the
7.
first 4.
Eight. $14.
Pink goes in the both corners and both centres, so it's a good opportunity now from Barry Hawkins. Needs to keep that white a little bit tighter than he has here, though. Would prefer to be straighter on that pink. So because of the angle he had on the pink, now he's a little bit further away from the next red, and they're all makeable.
21.
Hasn't missed a lot so far in this match. His scoring's been very good. His pot success so far is 96%. It's very high. 101 pots out of 105 taken on.
Not the best of contacts on the pink there. The cue ball came off a little bit dead, so got a half a kick there. I didn't hit the ball nicely enough. But all these 3 reds pot, as you can see.
29.
The fact that the green's off its spot makes this blue a lot easier. You just play it plain ball and come round 2 cushions with the red just below the pink. If the green's on its spot, you'll see the path of this cue ball here. The cue ball's going virtually over the green spot. There it is, look, green spot would have been a problem, but played it perfectly.
34. $35.
He's becoming one of the best match players in the game, Barry Hawkins, hence his rise to number 4 in the world rankings. He's just prone to have a bad session now and again for some reason. He had one against his opponent in the quarterfinal. What was his name? Who did he play in the quarterfinal last year when he was behind?
41.
Came back to win. Semi-final, wasn't it?
Ricky Walden.
That's right, yes. He had a bad session there, but still came back to win.
42.
Well, actually, he had 2 bad sessions, but he hung on somehow for 9-7, I think it was. And he went 12-8 behind and came back to win it. Very difficult here at the Crucible over 17 days to have good sessions every time you go out there. I won't say it's an impossibility, but it's pretty close to it.
Yeah, Ronnie O'Sullivan, of course, is a prime example of that. I mean, Joe Perry outplayed Ronnie really in the first 2 sessions, and perhaps in some ways Joe perhaps should have led better than 9-7. But Ronnie O'Sullivan, as we saw, you just need the one good session where you can go on and win the match. He's scoring very, very heavily, Barry. 68, 63, 44
48.
and 78 in the opening 4 frames. 48 and counting here. It'd have been a match for anybody this morning.
$49.
Doesn't look like the red above the black pots, but the way he's played it, maybe it does. Well, we'll know in a few seconds.
55.
Well, he feels it does. Got to be careful here not to hit the black first. No, that was all fair.
56.
Well, we've said it a million times before, and I hate repeating it, but you can't win a match in the first session, but you can certainly possibly lose one. So Dominic now looking at the scoreline being possibly 4-1 after this visit.
62.
He has to win at least 2 of the next frames. Can't afford to be 6-2 or 7-1 behind.
63. $70. $71.
Perfect angle on the black to try and nudge that red into play. He'd like to hit cushion first and push it to either towards the green pocket or over to the middle. Hit it direct though. So never really going to be guaranteed a shot on that now, but he's still, with the green being off its spot, this red will still pass. Very good. He will play the blue this time, unless he's got the angle on the yellow to drop on this red. Not even looked at the blue, so the yellow must be pretty good.
$81.
Well, he's hardly missed a ball he's gone for in real time, and that break of 81 takes Barry Hawkins further clear. He now leads 4-1.
He can play a pot in this there to the right if he's got a slight angle, but it looks as if he's just playing a safety shot. Black is safe. I think Barry Hawkins will be hoping to get the balls into the open as soon as possible the way he's scoring. Whereas Dominic Dale at this stage would perhaps be thinking to keep things as tight as possible. Often out there with these players, they've got to make decisions, sometimes out there standing on their feet and think, well, am I going to be more aggressive or am I going to be more defensive to try and change the pattern of what's going on out there? I think at the moment Dominic just needs to go for a few more just to get himself in a positive frame of mind.
Yes, he did that in the last frame, didn't he, when he took a risky black on and then a risky red, but obviously missing the red cost him the frame. Oh, did that touching ball?
Touching ball.
Oh, well played, Dominic. Good shot. Always tricky when you're playing a thin safety shot because the jaws of the pocket come into play here, so if he catches it slightly too thick. Oh, I didn't think the middle pocket jaws come into play, but it's so fine. Now, Dominic, Terry was just talking about, you've got to change the pattern. I just wonder whether Dominic will play a thicker safety shot here rather than a thin one. Well, he played a thicker one. Got the second kiss, which helped. That red was coming over the middle.
And he caught that one too thick, and he's been very lucky. As Dominic can get through to red, he's got away with that. Oh, he can get past that red there, this indirect line with the yellow. What have we seen then? Let's have a look at that now. Definitely on. Few of those he needs. Ball smack in the back of the pocket. Give him a little bit more belief out there. Well, that certainly smacked the back of the pocket. It's a good break here from Dominic, you know. Even if it's not a a frame-winning break, 50 or 60 would settle him down. Highest break so far is 36.
7.
Well, both pink and black out of commission at the moment. The pink's available into one for the middle pockets, but he'd like to get rid of the red next to the pink as soon as possible. May have played for it there, but knowing if he played it that way, it needs to be on one of the other 3 reds that are available around the pink spot.
9.
He needs to get that pink in play very quickly if he's going to win the frame at this visit.
10.
Now he's got an angle now to nudge that red away that's causing a problem that's to the left of the pink. And then the pink will be available at least 3 of the major scoring pockets. Needs to play this a little bit firm rather than slow. Well, as you can see, why he played it slow I don't know, because I think he's put himself in trouble.
60. Yep.
Well, he's looking at the red and trying to screw across the face of the pink to leave the pink in the middle, but I don't know whether he can get the gap to come round for the blue or the pink in the same pocket as the red. But needs a good shot here to keep the break going.
It's quite a positive choice of shot. Well, there was a gap there. But the problem with that type of shot is you've got to give so much attention to the pot and so much to the gap. Now he's left Barry Hawkins half a chance on. I think he had to take that red on really at this stage, and he did the right shot.
I disagree with that at all, especially as he could get the gap, which he did do. But Barry Hawkins has got a very high percentage of these pots so far this morning, and there's another one. Not the best positional shot he's ever played. Green or blue are both potable. I'm sure Barry will take one of them on.
I'm not saying he's the best rest player in the world, but he'd be up there, top 4, definitely, yes. That's why he's taken this green on. I mean, most people wouldn't have looked at that with the rest.
And one of the few players that's played right-handed with the rest rather than left-handed. It's unusual for a left-handed player, isn't it? There's a lot of players, left-handed players, play right-handed with the rest. Brilliant shot.
4.
Not perfect. I'm just wondering whether he'll screw off the red that's next to the black in pot in this, or will he try and play the gap off 2 cushions? He could use the red. We'll know in a second. Yeah, try to use the red. It hasn't worked though.
5.
Very difficult black, this one. See, he's bridging awkwardly with this bridge on the leather, the corner pocket. Most of them are going in this match. The shots look a little bit easier, of course, when you're 4 in front.
12.
Faced with another tough one. Once again, he'll have a good idea that if he kisses the 2 reds, he's got every chance of being on the pink, but can't guarantee the cannon to work perfectly, which it hasn't. So you have to play the second choice, which is the slightly more difficult black. If this goes in, we could be looking at 5-1 in a few moments' time. Not easy, this. Well done, well played.
$20.
I had to put a lot into the pot there. I hasn't quite got his position right. This red is very thin into the centre. If he's taken that on. A fraction unlucky, but when you're going in and out of balk, if you don't catch the balkers full on, you normally got something to go for. That was a bit unlucky there. He played the positive position of the shot. He could have left a thin cut on this red, but as you can see here, he's played his stun run through with a bit more power, and the chances of getting behind the blue there were very slim. Dominic, be delighted.
Yes, every shot pleases someone. He's itching to take a pot on, but nothing that's available, really. It's a good safety shot needed in behind the green. Tight on the cushion behind the green spot would be fine here.
Barry Hawkins, 25.
Can't see a guaranteed safety shot here. I mean, he could play to cut the red in that's to the left of the blue, but he'd be kissing the red on the back cushion. The one to the left of the black. So he's playing fine off the red to the right of the blue and trying to miss the pink, but the problem is he's hitting the red on the way back that's to the left of the blue. That's going to be a problem, but he's played it very well indeed. That's as good a safety shot as he's played today. Excellent.
Tell him. Tell him.
I didn't want the full ball kiss on the yellow, but it was a difficult safety. Now then, Dominic, this is your time. If you can knock this one in, it'll give you a little bit of boost and possibly a chance to go on and win this frame. It's only 9 points behind at the moment. Very nice. May have to take the more difficult blue on. It's a very thin cut on the blue, but quite sure what angle he's got on this brown. Not quite. didn't seem to get the right spin on that. Whether he had a board contact, I think he did. Just sometimes you get a kick, especially when you're hitting the ball at this pace, and it doesn't actually throw the object ball offline, so he doesn't miss the pot. But then he loses, what, 20%, perhaps even more than that, of the spin he's applied. He's in the middle of nowhere now, and after such a good red, you'd have to say he's very unfortunate.
Plenty of room behind the yellow, that's his choice.
Dominic Dale, 5.
Looks a poor white, but it's not too bad where the balls are because he's hampered by the yellow. So he's still in this frame. Barry playing to rest on the one that's on the back cushion that the line is going there. He can see the 2 reds, of course, so if he misses it, it'll be called a miss on at least 1 occasion, maybe 2. If he plays it again. Oh, he's gone a little bit wide here. Dominic will take this pot on.
Foul and a miss. Dominic Dale, 4.
Yes, the natural potting angle is taking him down to one of the ball colours, and it's a difficult type of shot to play because you're not looking towards the pocket when you're playing the cut. And you'd have to play it at a gentle pace, so he would have left it on the pocket.
Can I look at that, please?
Just get the feeling. Is he Brendan Moore, referee, is asking the players now if they're happy with where he's replaced the ball. They always do that. Bit of a teamwork out there always. The players help the referee. Now he's got the judgment better this time. So Dominic Dale may have a red in the centre, left centre. He's having a look down the line. May play off the red by the black here to get behind the yellow. Put a bit of stun on it. He'd be disappointed with that one. Because if you look at the reds as they're set, if you'd been slightly further over, even if you didn't get behind the yellow, you would have covered this side of the table, put Barry Hawkins in trouble.
And that's Terry's point there, that the fact that the left-hand side is covered. And Dominic can get through to the potted angle of this red, I think. Can't quite tell from our commentary position. Yes, he definitely can pot this. And he will be kissing into the black if he pots it thick, but he doesn't fancy the pot. I'm surprised. Well, why he wouldn't take that pot on, I will never know.
He's just going through one of those runs, Dominic. He's playing positive shots, and if he's making them, he's not really getting rewards out of it. And then when he makes an error, he seems to be leaving Hawkins something on all the time. It's tough out there. It's difficult to make the right decisions under pressure. Your mind is not clear.
One. Four. 5.
Well, that may be the first pot that
Barry
Barry
Hawkins
Hawkins has missed that you expect him to get in this match. His pot percentages has been very high. 96%. So it's a life for Dominic,
1.
and he needs it. Badly needs this frame.
Just a fraction too hard for the red to the right of the pink, so he may have to play it for a baulk colour. But the only problem with playing for the baulk colour, it's very, very difficult to get on the next red. These 3 reds are not in favourable position. He'd love to have stayed on the pink here, but he can't do that. So another very
5.
good positional shot needed. Oh, it's going to be very, very difficult to get on this red. See, that was the problem.
10.
The red he had to the right of the pink a few moments ago. He really needed to stay on the pink to make these 3 reds easily accessible. He's just needing too many chances at the moment to clinch frames, Dominic.
Dominic Dale, 10.
I say Dominic hasn't lost control out there because he's had a difficult session here. He's got a bit of a reward here. Well, you can get past the brown surely to pot that. Yep, he's okay. It's pretty straight though. There you go, that's what I was talking about. You see, he's having things not quite happening for him. He's not perfect on the black and he's not perfect on the pink, and he struck that so well then. Well done.
Eight.
This more or less has been the first frame we've had that's been a little bit scrappy, shall we say. A few
9.
shots missed from both players, and the big frames to win. Mainly because your opponent, who loses the frame, then starts thinking about the mistakes he just made.
16.
If this red goes in, you could almost guarantee that Dominic will win the frame. He's 21 points in front. Decided to play it safety first. Played it in such a way that if he'd even missed the red, he would have covered it with the black. Little surprise he didn't play to get up near the yellow. The black was unmissable. Whatever happens, Barry Hawkins will be carrying on. but barring snookers, with Dominic Dale,
Dominic
he
Dale,
pulls one back.
24.
He now trails 4-2.
Foul. Dominic Dale.
Play that just thin enough to put the yellow behind the black spot area and take the cue ball out that upset the table, and then that would have been a good snooker. But there's always risk involved. If you're going to cut the ball that thin, you can miss it over distance. Excellent shot. Could pot this.
Two.
That's the frame tucked away for Dominic Dale now.
5.
And that'll certainly restore his self-belief, which he's had in the first 2 rounds.
14.
It doesn't matter how you feel out there. If you don't get any evidence by winning frames, then your mind will start to wander. He's having flicks
20.
as well now. So Dominic Dale wins that
27
frame
in
with
the
a good clearance there.
Dominic Dale.
Now he's just 2 frames behind. Barry Hawkins 4, Dominic Dale 2.
The way the match has gone so far, OK, Dominic could win both frames, but he'd be pretty pleased to get out of this session no worse than 5-3 if he could. Barry Hawkins has certainly been the more dominant player of the players of the two, and he would be very disappointed if he's not at least 5-3 in front.
Oh. He didn't miss the red by a lot, but he had a double kiss and smashed the pack all over the place. Doesn't look happy there. I'm not surprised. He got to the far knuckle, but he had to put so much power into that shot to avoid the red and the black and go back up the table. Always missable.
One. Five. Six.
Very keen, obviously, to get the pink back in play. It will go on its own spot and will be relevant to one corner pocket, I think. A little bit careless there not to have left this red dead straight, so he can just stun it in for the pink. But he can play either
12.
red and get on the pink here if he wants to.
Thank you. 30. 19.
Starting to look a lot more confident out there. I think
26.
pink still is available into the centre.
$27.
He's checking all his options there. And while Dominic has won 2 frames, his highest break so far is 36. He'd like to put a big one in somewhere. You never really settle out there unless you get a big break on the board. And also he gives a message to his opponent, Barry
34.
Hawkins, by doing that. At the moment, Barry's sitting there thinking, there's a good chance I may get another go in this frame.
Yes, he's had a few attempts on the pink to leave an angle to bring reds into play, which he hasn't got yet, so he'll have one more chance, and then he's going to have to make something happen at this end of the table.
40.
There's only one more loose red after this red. He just has to finish high on the pink, and there's no problem in bringing reds into play.
41.
Just about got an angle on the pink to move reds into play. But it looks like he's playing for the loose one, which I find it so hard to understand. I really do. I just cannot understand why he's not brought reds into play there.
47.
Such a poor choice of shot, that one.
Dominic Dale, 47. One.
Well, he may not be on the green in such a way that he can get down to the reds, but he's certainly got an angle on the brown if he wants to look at that. It's 46 points behind. Dominic Dale with that effort there of 47 is his highest break so far in the match. Good pot. And it looks like you come far enough for this the only red that is really available.
5.
Look at the angle he's got there. It's not simple here to get close to the next colour. Blue and pink are available. I don't think he can play for the blue unless he play the pink, sorry, in case unless he plays with a lot of check side, which I don't think he's going to do. But he's looking there now. If he gets on the blue, you know, that pink's off his spot. Not easy to split those 4 reds. And he's left himself
6.
a good chance.
It's one of those where a gentle cannon would suffice here. If he does play it hard, he could bring the red next to the black into play. But that gentle cannon was always bound to push one on. Always different ways of playing
11.
shots, and look at that. Couldn't have played it better. To the inch, as JV would say. Well, he needs the red that's next to the black, and amazingly enough, he's got a great chance on the pink here just to finish high on that red to the right of the black, and just play the little cannon on the red. Now, if he's got the perfect angle, he'll just play that, but I don't think he's got the perfect angle. I think he's come too high. Can still play the kiss,
18.
of course, but it's not perfect to stay on the black.
Well, he took the chance there. He played the positive shot, bringing that red into play on the black. But blue doesn't pass into the green pocket. Green's covering it, and green is a little bit too straight, I think, to be able to screw back. If you can reach it, you may play the shot, but if you're going to use the rest, it's too big a shot. Now he's got to time this perfectly. Mustn't deliver the cue too fast on these. Oh.
Oh, wow. Well, a contender for shot of the championship.
22.
There's not many players that could have hit that ball that well.
Yes, and in a way he's gone too far, just a fraction. And with the black there, not quite covering the pocket, but well, he's just got it through the far knuckle.
23.
So he's got reward for that excellent green. So he's still 24 points behind, but he would have certainly taken this position about 5 minutes ago.
$29. $30.
Didn't want to play for the black there. Would have made things awkward for the red near the black spot.
The fact that he's a left-handed player makes that red a little easier down the side cushion, but he'd like to get very close to it so he can just screw back for the blue off that red down the cushion. So he needs a very good angle on black or pink here, doesn't matter which.
37.
It needs to be about 8 or 9 inches behind the red tight on the cushion, and then he can play the red softly. The harder you play these reds down the cushion, they're missable. Oh, he's underhit this. That's a very poor shot, and he knows it. He's disgusted with the shot.
44.
It's amazing what can happen though, you know. Barry Hawkins said to me when he came out in the interval that he was having problems when he's just playing plain ball, running through. The ball was always going too far, as if it's a heavy cue ball, you know, which you get in these very fast cloths, don't you? And then I thought he had to stun that a little bit, but obviously he didn't. It was just plain ball. But if you look at where the cue ball was, he would have still been very close to the red, even if he was on the cushion.
Barry Hawkins, 44. Thanks.
So nearly 47 from Dominic Dale is followed by a 44 from Barry Hawkins. So it's close now, just 3 points difference in Dominic's favour.
he's got the snooker a fraction harder. That red would have been on. These are very easily hittable off one cushion, but playing off the side cushion would be tough to get the red safe. That's why he's looking at a 2-cushion escape off the back cushion and the side cushion, which means if he hits it, he's got a chance of getting it safe. Going the way he's looking now, he'd be pushing it towards a pocket. Sometimes you've got to hit these quite firm and just hope you get away with it. That's what he's done. Had no idea where they were going to end up, just hoping he got away with it. And there's every chance where the cue ball's travelled, he has. Fortunate, to say the least. Now, does Dominic play this slowly, or does he do what Barry did and plays it hard? Very, very good shot, Dominic. Look a little unlucky. If it hadn't kissed the blue, there wouldn't be a pot on. I think the red may just pass the blue. It's very tight. There you can see it does pot. Oh, Barry's a very aggressive player. We'll be taking this on. Decided it was too tough. Not a very good white, but a good red. Surprised he didn't take that on.
Well, you could see why, because the it only just got past the blue when he was cutting it in the opposite direction, so to speak, and at this stage of the match, which is a crucial stage. Oh, Dominic be pleased with that one. Thought it caught the knuckle, he could have left this red on. It's tense out there. Both players know this is a big frame, probably the biggest so far in the match, even at this early stage. Dominic can see an edge of the red, I think, past the blue. May even be able to cut it in.
You can see him imparting a little bit of right-hand side here to try and hit the red at least half ball. He played it well. That's an excellent shot. Well played.
Barry Hawkins will want to come off 2 cushions here, and you see where he was pointing the red towards the black, where the black is really around that sort of area of 2 cushions. Never certain to get these safe. I'm not sure if he played it that way, but this red is, don't think it's available in the centre. If it is, it's a very thin cut. A really good chance here. If you look at the set of the colours down the bottom, the yellow, blue, brown and green, there's a big target area, but has he got a shot that he can get behind one of them? These are the times when you've got to try and trap your opponent into a mistake, play a more aggressive safety shot to try and get a chance to win the frame.
Needs to get the snooker here, otherwise he'll be in trouble, and he hasn't. Should be in all sorts of trouble here.
He may play behind the black here. It looks easier to go behind the bar colours, but he's had a look down here. The red will go behind green and brown possibly, and that's what he's played. Good attempt, but there was a few gaps there and he's found one.
Now he decides to play with lots of left-hand side, trying to send the red round the angles, as it were. Got to be very careful the red doesn't cannon into the yellow. Thought it was too risky. When you play that shot, you're likely to leave your opponent leaving an easy safety shot, but it looks as if it's not guaranteed to get the snooker, Dominic, here.
And you can see what Dominic played then. He was using the 3 bar colours to hide the red, but there was certainly risk involved in that. Well, you could see the potting angle, amazing. Dominic doesn't look happy with the contact then. He looked amazed on his chair. In his favour, of course, is the green's gone safe. Dominic may have thought it was a simultaneous hit, which is obviously red and green at the same time. That is a foul, but the referee didn't think so. It looked okay.
3.
Made a bit of a mess with his position though. Didn't quite get the movement of the cue ball he wanted. He can take this pot on and bring the green into play, or even play for the green possibly. But the only problem is he can't drop the green in because of where the blue is. Also, these are very tough shots when you're so close. 2 balls are close together. Difficult to pick up the right contact. Well, he's done it, but he's not on the green.
He'd have loved to play the yellow
5.
slower, but he daren't really, because he knew if he missed the yellow it would have stuck over the pocket. So that's why he played it firm enough to give the yellow a chance to come away from the pocket. But as you can see where the whites finish, he now wishes he would have played it a lot slower. Now this green is obviously on, but Very, very tricky indeed. I'd be surprised if he takes it on. Unless he's got no other shot. Just maybe just the white into the yellow pocket area. No, he's played up and down. He's played a good safety. This is excellent. Did you see that shot? It was very, very good. Unlucky if he's found the gap. If he has done.
Well, Dominic knew he could get behind the black there, but his priority, of course, was getting that green ball safe. He's achieved that. This time Barry Hawkins has got to be a little bit careful if he's going round the table with the green. It's a normal shot they play. 4 to 5 cushions. The blue could be in the way, and it is. Has he been lucky? Looks like he has, unless Dominic's going to play a cross double. That's a very fine cut into the centre pocket. He'd have to play a dead weight. I can't see him playing that. He hasn't given the cross double much of thought, so at this crucial stage of this frame, I don't blame him.
If the blue wasn't where it was, I could see him taking the cross double on. But the line the cue ball is going to take to get back onto the brown, it brings the blue into the equation. Needs to miss that. I think it's one of those you'd question him taking the cross double on, but if he gets it, you wouldn't question it. It's one of those, isn't it? Well, he's played it, and he's got it, and played it 2 cushions rather than 1 cushion.
3.
And once you've taken the shot on, you've got to make sure you get on the brown. Wow, is this cuttable? If it's not, he can get right in behind the blue with the cue ball, which is what he's trying to do. Not quite.
Dominic Dale, 3.
Playing cushion first. Played it quite nicely. There's a few things to take account on that type of shot. You've got to get the pace right, and you've got to get the allowance you're playing the side with the side off the cushion right. Whoever loses this frame will be disappointed, and because of that, there could be a greater chance of them losing the final frame of this first session. So if all that comes to fruition, it could be either 4-all or 6-2 to Barry Hawkins. Who knows? That's excellent. Just about got it far enough down the table. Well, it is cuttable, but it's not the type of shot that you want to take on at this stage. But has he got an easy safety?
If the blue was on its spot, he might take the brown on, because obviously the white would be going in and out of the black spot into the table and back at the table, but he can't hit it slow enough to get on the blue, so the thin cut is not really on where the blue is. He can't really guarantee getting a good white by playing the brown up and down. The white will be an open play, so he's got to make sure he gets the object ball safe here. not so important about the cue ball on this occasion. The cue ball was bound to come off the cushion. He might be in trouble after the next shot.
Very nicely controlled there. That could be a frame winner. Took the chance of leaving the brown out into the middle of the table to guarantee the snooker behind the black. Once again, it's a one cushion escape, but middle pocket slightly possibly in the way of the natural angle. May have to touch aside on this, and that's what happens when you hit it harder. It comes off the cushion a little bit narrower. The cue ball sinks into the cushion and that throws it off at a straighter angle.
Obviously Dominic awaiting a better chance to get a pot on the brown should Barry miss it again or hit it, but a lot of players would have taken the brown on there. If he hits it and get away with it, he might wish he'd have taken the brown on, and he has got away with it.
Well, there was that kiss then, wasn't that kiss he had? It came back on the side, took on the white and put the cue ball closer to that ball cushion. I think the brown is still cuttable, but it's very thin and not easy to control the cue ball. Oh, he's overcut it. Where's the cue ball going? Oh! Wow, it's been the longest frame of the match, but it's been the most exciting.
5 points behind Barry. Can he get perfect on the blue to drop on the pink? That's the question. No problem in potting the brown, but the cue ball has got plenty of table to run over. And to get perfect on the blue is going to be very difficult. But I think he has got absolutely perfect. He couldn't have played this better.
4.
He'll be probably playing the cannon on the pink just to nudge it out a little bit. And he hasn't nudged it out enough.
9.
People watching would probably think, why didn't he just roll the blue in and play the pink along the cushion? Well, they're not easy along the cushion, that's why.
Yes, and of course he's 4 points behind, so... Oh, he's 4 points in front, isn't he? He wouldn't have needed the black, you're right, really. Well, the cannon was there. I think he just hit it a little bit too hard and the backspin didn't take soon enough for him to bring it off the cushion. And he can't really play a snooker behind the black here. And he's got to be careful with his safety shot. There's a natural angle when he's knocking it down the table is towards the black. When he got the angle, didn't get the pace.
Barry Hawkins, 9.
Big shot here for Dominic to take on. These are really tough shots. Okay, he would be on the black, but the cue ball would be over the right-hand side of the table, so it wouldn't be that easy for the black.
Such an easy safety shot, Terry, isn't it? Up and down. You know, you can almost guarantee getting the white on the baulk cushion and the pink on the black cushion, but he's really tempted to take this on. If the white was 2 or 3 inches off that cushion, I'd expect him to have a go at it, but where the white is, I can't see him taking it on.
And this time Dominic's a little shorter pace, but once again a very thin cut for Barry Hawkins. He only needs the pink. The cue ball will certainly be running around the table somewhere. But you've got to ask yourself the question, will I ever get a better chance?
He's come around to look at the potted angle. The problem, of course, if he does miss the pot, the white's going to be travelling so far, it's going to come right back down this end of the table again. There's the cue ball. Well, that was a fabulous pot from Barry Hawkins. He'll be absolutely delighted to have pinched that frame, and he now goes into a 5-2 lead.
Quietly as possible, please. Thank you. Thank you. Final frame of this session. Barry Hawkins to break.
So the final frame of this first session gets underway.
Foul.
Well, it could have been worse,
Barry
I had to
Hawkins
say, because if that would have wobbled, you don't know where it would have gone. It could have left Barry Hawkins an easy red on. So just the 4 points is hasn't given Hawkins a chance. There's one long red, but there's no value in that. Dominic Dale would be desperate now to win this frame to go into the second session this evening. I think he'd be more than happy at 5-3 behind, because he has been playing second fiddle to Barry Hawkins in this match so far. Oh, what a great shot. Deserves to be on a ball colour.
One.
And it may well be. I don't know what he's doing there. He's in the cloth, and I don't know what happened there. It's a fabulous shot, isn't it?
How can he moan? He's perfect on the green to come down to this end of the table. OK, there may not be a red freely available, but surely he can make something happen. Screw into the side cushion. The greens shouldn't miss the green. Well, it looks like he's playing the snooker. I can't believe this. I mean, the green's virtually unmissable in the middle.
Dominic Dale one.
Well, as you said, rightly said, Willie, if there's nothing available and you couldn't get enough spin on to get into the reds and dislodge a few, there's no point in taking it on. So, but I've got to say, you know, when you strike the ball that well, you do deserve to be on a colour. That's as good a hit as he's had in this first session. Look at this backspin here. OK, the cue goes up in the air, but it always has with Dominic, because his grip comes on quite early to get the spin on. But he retained the accuracy through the ball.
Foul.
Barry obviously playing the
Dominic Dale.
4-cushion escape rather than the 2-cushion escape, because if it hits the side of the pack, he'd probably push one on. I think on the line he's taking, it's dangerous, because if it rolls through another 2 or 3 inches, there's reds well into the middle. Oh, Dominic may have found a gap to cut one into the corner, but I'm sure he'll have it replaced.
Dominic, thank you.
Looks a bit better this time. Good angle, good pace. Dominic Dale would certainly be a little bit upset about losing the previous frame. He had a few chances. I don't think the balls have run that well for him in this session so far. Whatever else you do out there, don't get angry and play in your anger. Don't get disappointment when you're out there and play with disappointment, unless you'll just go backwards. Always a test out there. All these boys are mentally strong when things are going good, but when they're against you, that's when the test comes along.
Foul.
Oh, he missed the net.
Dominic Dale, 7.
Taking this one, not only is he playing a safety. Safety it is. We've had 3 fouls so far in this frame and 1 pot.
Almost bound to be bringing the black into play in playing this next safety shot. And the black spot is now clear as well, so the next person that makes a mistake could be costly. Well, it looks like he's trying to get through to the cotton angle and swinging the white in between black and reds to his return to balk. If he catches this too thin and hit the pack. Couldn't have played it better. That's very unlucky. Couldn't have played it better. The yellow's come to his rescue though.
So close this one then to going in. Dominic thought he got it.
Quietly, please. Thank you.
Now Barry Hawkins could play a safety here, of course, but the cube will have to finish up either where he's got his tip now or to the extreme corner on the left, what we call the yellow pocket. If it's around that area, it'd be a very difficult cut in.
Yes, the thin safety shot is one he'd probably favour, but the jaws of the middle pocket are on if you're not careful. He's decided to go in behind the green. Doesn't need a half-ball kiss. Dominic should take this red on next to the blue. It's a massive pocket.
Now you can see the line of the shot, and if Dominic takes that red on, and even if he pushes the red to the left of the other red, it'll win off the red into the pocket. That's what we mean by a big pocket. I just overdone it. Amazing. It's an unusual type of shot to play. You had to play it, of course. It is on, and he needs to push things on a bit and try and win this final frame. But he's so used to playing the direct potting angle that when you get a little bit of help like that with the red in the corner, then that can just deflect your attention for a little while.
Ooh,
You almost went touching on that red. You see, he didn't have more than ½ inch to spare. You'd have been snookered.
Eight.
Yes, these balls are now in a position where Barry Hawkins normally scores very heavily.
Nine.
See, that pack of reds are in an unusual position because they're mostly sort of leaning to the right-hand side of the table. Well, maybe on nothing here. Play
60.
to open a few reds. The red come up and cover the one in the corner. Maybe able to play a plant there if it's pretty straight, as long as it doesn't have a lot to do with the cue ball. And here it goes. Just drop it in, maybe on the black, but not easy. It was.
And that's the beauty of it. I mean, I'm not saying Dominic wouldn't have played that aggressive shot into the pack. OK, he's unlucky not to have an easier shot than that, but if you just play for the loose reds now and again and refuse to play into the bunch, sometimes you don't get a better chance. And that's the reason you deserve what you get when you play the right shot.
24.
No, he took the risk of going into them. OK, he's had to find a plant there, but it was a plant that looked unmissable. He gets a good cannon onto the reds and screws back for the pink in the same pocket. The frame's at his mercy.
25. Yeah. 31. 32.
I think on the reflection of play this morning, Barry would be, well, I would say he'd almost deserve to be 6-2 in front. It's hard to say that with Dominic having a few chances, but he's certainly been the more aggressive of the two players. And Dominic's refused a couple of chances to open the balls. I mean, I look at the last frame when he was 47 in front, didn't open the reds below the pink. In the second frame he was on 31 and could have gone into them and refused it. And that's cost him the 2 frames that he could have won.
39.
Still not ideal yet. The 7 reds that are around the pink spot all seem to be in the way of one another still. So a kiss
40.
needed. And the kiss is going to arrive now.
He's just about okay. He's only on 1 red for 1 minute. It looks like that's going to be a very good split. I suppose you only need 1 red. You can always open them out again if need be. After this red, there's 1 red available next to the one he's taken on the right there, and one just below the pink. Can't win the frame from that. He's going to have to perhaps dislodge a few reds.
Thank you. 46.
Well, he potted that in the thin side of the pocket. That's where the cue balls come up the table too far. If that had been in the middle of the pocket, it'd have been 8 or 9 inches further down towards the red behind the pink. Now he's got a difficult shot. So 1 second you're in prime position. Next minute you've got a tough one. This game always asks you questions.
Terry mentioned he's usually very proficient with the rest, but this is one of those that could be missed. Oh, that's a great shot. That really was a great shot.
54.
He got so much control on the cue ball as well. We know that the red next to the pink is available into the same pocket, and that's the one he's playing for now. He'd love an angle to bring another couple of reds into play here. Doesn't really want to be straight on this.
61.
And he's virtually straight, so needs another good positional shot.
$62.
But he goes on to 62, takes him 54 points in front. And he's going to have to be careful here because after potting this black, he only needs 1 more red. And he's got one. I'm not sure he played for that one, mine, but he'll take it.
69. $70.
That's the crucial red.
I think the way he's played this morning, Terry, deserves a century. He's certainly been the stronger in the break wielding department of the two players.
78.
Yes, but to be fair to Dominic Dale, he's made him work very hard for this lead. Could have been closer. The previous frame was very tight on the colours.
85.
Dominic doubled the green, very adventurous shot,
86.
and didn't get on the brown. He was fraction unlucky there. But at this standard, this could only be a few shots difference between being 4-all and 6-2 behind.
93. $94.
That's the 32nd century at the Crucible this year, and there's going to be plenty more to come.
101. $107.
He got this chance when Dominic Dale went for a long red, and there's a red next to that corner pocket he went for, and he thought he's got to go in off the red, but didn't quite catch it right. He's had to sit in his chair since then.
112.
Hawkins has taken these in style.
160.
Had to kiss the reds a few times to keep the break going. These two players come back this evening for the second session of 8 frames.
127.
Wonderful left end from Barry Hawkins. 134 break is highest so far of the championships. Dominic Dale's got a bit to do this evening. He's 6-2 behind.
Quietly as possible, please. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Frame 9. Dominic Dale to break.
Thank you.
So Dominic Dale gets the second session underway and really needs to win it. You just feel anything less than 5-3 and this match may be out of reach.
Yeah, Barry finished off the session very well this morning with a lovely century break.
Not a bad shot, that. It's not guaranteed to get this safe, isn't Barry, even though it's an easy hit. There's reds on either side of the table that he could possibly leave. And that's exactly what he's done. So first chance to Dominic Dale. And he needs to start taking these opportunities. I know Barry has played very well, but Dominic yet has to make a break over 50. And that won't help his cause.
One.
Heavy contact, and I don't think he's on the black. having a close look, but I don't think he can hit enough of it.
Yeah, okay.
That'll be disappointing. Had a chance there of a good start. And through no fault of his own, it has to be said. That heavy contact. Well, he's coming around and having a look. Does he think he can play this with a... If he plays it with a tracer right-hand side, he might just push the black to the left. I think he's taking this on if he... Well, he's thought better of it. It's a hard pill to swallow, this, isn't it? Back to the black.
Yeah, after playing the nice snooker behind the black
Bramble.
and being presented with an opportunity. There's enough loose reds you'd fancy him to score at least 30 or 40
Dominic
points.
Dale 1.
In what is a very important frame for Dominic Dale. As you say, John, he's not made a 50 break. And at this level, the quarterfinal of the World Championship, it's just not good enough. Needs to start scoring.
Well, decent length of the cue ball, but there is a red to this left corner. I think it was a little bit straighter. Dominic may be tempted by it, but he's not guaranteed to be on the colour, so playing safe. Needs to get a good cue ball here. A little bit thick. That's why it's only just about getting to the baulk line. Will it run on? And well, it hasn't. And I think this red near the right corner will cut. It's a thin one. Can he get to it? I don't think he can. Well, the reds are spread far and wide. A lot of pressure on this shot now for Dominic. Just looking to see if he just plays a run through and finishes near this top cushion, if he can leave it reasonably safe. Once again, a little bit thicker than was needed, and surely this time he's left the red. The thin cut, that is. I thought he could get through to the thin cut, this more difficult pot. Played that in a way that he thought the only red he could possibly leave was the one he played, and that's the one he's left. spot.
Controlled the cue ball nicely as well for the yellow. It's got a nice angle just to screw back up to this end of the table. Choice of reds. Pink and black not ideal at the moment. I think when pink goes back in its spot, it may pot to the right corner, but you have to concentrate on the blue for now. I can play for the pink to the right centre here, but it'll be 2 or 3 potted reds before it becomes a real frame winning chance.
Four.
I don't know if the pink will go to the
10.
right corner, but just come a little bit awkward on this red to the left middle. Oh, it clearly goes, but he needed to be straight on the red closest to the left middle pocket. If he plays it, I'm not certain where the colour comes from. It's the easiest pot. But he's got quite a bit to do with the cue ball. Reaching over, very close to red. Referee Brendan Moore having a very close look here. Well, he found a gap. It was a good shot to find the gap, I'll tell you. Through the eye of a needle. He needs this to slow down. He's overhit this. Well, maybe he can just
40.
get to the red that's just to the left of the pink. Don't think you play for this one.
$50.
But he's recovered the situation, and the pink is available now into both corner pockets. So it's a decent opportunity.
Yeah, and
20.
2 or 3 reds. Time before he got this to, you say, John, a frame winning opportunity, and now it is. He needs to take
21.
advantage of these chances.
27. Thanks. 28.
A little bit short of pace. He's getting down quickly, so I assume he can just roll this pink in and be on the next red.
$34. $35. $41. $42.
So this is a decent start from Dominic Dale in his first frame. That's already his highest break of the match.
48.
48. This is exactly what he needed. When he's in the balls, John, he
49.
plays at a decent pace. I think sometimes he just gets up and down a few times where he doesn't need to, but he's been pretty fluent once he's got the pink in the open.
Yeah, he's a very natural player. And certainly
55.
knows his way around the snooker table. Loves the history of the game, does Dominic. Read all the books about snooker and the great champions, and well, just as I'm saying, he was
56.
in the perfect position. He's complaining about a bit of a bounce off the top cushion. But he shouldn't be too concerned. I think he's gone far enough to, well, maybe he isn't. I think he's just got a slight angle on this blue. Yeah, to screw on and off the side cushion. If the brown hadn't been on the left-hand side of the table, he
61.
could have just screwed back a foot, but he didn't want to be hampered by the brown. Nice clean pot
62.
again. So the frame over now, and just the start he wanted.
$68.
Unlucky.
69.
Just tried to get on the black. But it doesn't really matter. As I say, frame well and truly over. Trying to get the black so he can get the 100. Oh, unlucky.
Dominic Dale, 69. And the
It
front.
was enough. He'd have loved to have made the century, but just the start Dominic was looking for. Still trails, but now 3 frames. 6-3, Barry Hawkins.
Thank you, frame 10. Barry Hawkins to break.
His target would be win 3-1 this first mini session of 4 frames.
Well, I'm sure when he was playing that, he thought there was a chance of getting back to the baulk end, but hitting the red too thick. That's why he collided into one next to the black. And of course, the worst thing possible, he's brought the black into open play.
1.
Decent chance for Barry Hawkins, and Barry has gone on since his great run last year. He's really become a very hard man to beat and a very solid match player.
And a very high scorer when he gets in the
8.
balls. I think that's one of the thing that has impressed me most about the improvement in his match play. Very good. And amongst the balls now, plays all the
9.
right shots, the aggressive shots. No doubt here. Straight into the bunch. Didn't play that with pace, because if he did, he felt the cue ball might screw back further and maybe even end up
16.
not on this red to the right corner. So it's just a controlled cannon there.
$17. Give me a second, Mike, please. Thank you. 23. $24.
Now, there is a couple of loose
28.
reds after this one, but you would think he'd be trying to look for a position where he could go into the main bunch of reds here. So, well, I don't think he got the best contact there.
29.
Seemed to be no pace in that cue ball. I'm sure he was trying to leave an angle on the blue to maybe come into the reds. No reason why he shouldn't.
$34. Foul.
Well,
Barry Hawkins, 34. Dominic Dale, 4.
and what's worse, of course, the cue ball going in the pocket and the red in the baulk end. Nice easy starter for Dominic.
Yeah, try and get an angle, nice angle in the blue here. So we can split the bunch of reds.
One.
Just about perfect. Probably couldn't put the cue ball any better if he placed it with his hands.
Yeah, doesn't want to hold back on this one. Oh dear, Dominic. Don't miss the blue. Whatever you do.
Dominic Dale 1.
At first glance, it doesn't look like he's certainly not left anything easy. And I don't think he's even left a red to get on a colour. Obviously, the only red he's left is to the left centre, but neither black or pink's available. But that was another great chance for Dominic there, and he can't afford to give those chances up. He's still talking to himself about it.
Thought that was a plant, and it didn't go in, and it's just the path of the cue ball. Not the greatest opportunity, obviously, with the pink and black. Well, the black's available. Missed the blue. Okay, that red wasn't a certainty, but you can't afford to be refusing these opportunities, Dominic, not the position he's in. But at the moment, for some reason, Barry Hawkins is struggling.
Yeah, it's been a theme running through this championship for Barry. It seems to be one session he plays really, really well, and another session he just can't get going at all. Doesn't seem to be a consistency to his game so far.
I think if he wasn't hampered by the yellow, there is a red, those two reds together on the left-hand side of the table. I think the left-hand one pots. Well, now he's looking at it now, and he can get to the middle of the cue ball, so this is on. Missed it by a long way.
Well, he played it in a positive way. He's motioning with his hand to say the table ran off, but it was a risky shot. It was the right shot.
One.
Perhaps when you go for it, you have to get it, because you know you're leaving your opponent in.
Well, immediately hit that. I thought I heard him tut. Does that mean he's not come out far enough and he can't get past the pink? Very careless if he can't. No. Okay, he might be able to bend it with a touch aside, but how does he get on the colour? Well, I suppose he could play on the pink.
Foul. Miss.
Dear me.
Barry Hawkins, 8. Dominic Dale, 6.
Well, Barry Hawkins doesn't normally show
Oh.
much emotion around the table, but he will be absolutely furious inside. It was easier reds to play for as well, John, than the one he played. Needed quite an exact safety shot, exact positional shot, sorry. He chose to play a more difficult one, but I must admit that red never looked on that he went for.
No, I just thought he was going to drop it in dead weight and leave himself to pink, but played it with a bit of pace and really didn't get enough side on. Now what
8.
Dominic would like to do is pot this left-hand red, screw back for the black in the same pocket, but don't move the red next to it. Oh, he's played the cannon. Well played. Well played.
Dominic Dale, 9.
Well, both players have got the misses.
Well, after the first frame he played Dominic, it's really surprising the way he's played in the second frame.
One. Eight. Nine. Thirteen.
35 points the lead. So 2 reds, 2 colours.
Thanks.
And that was an excellent
14.
pot with the rest. So in actual fact, look at the scoreboard. This black and the red on the side cushion, which has got the perfect angle to drop on. And this red will put him 44 points in front with 43 remaining.
21.
So no heroics here.
$22.
And this black will put him 51 points in front with 43 remaining.
$29.
So at the moment, Dominic needs 2 snookers to tie.
Barry Hawkins, 29 and a frame.
Oh, and that's enough for Dominic. He was hiding behind the rail. Disappointed there that he didn't take his opportunities. And he's going to leave the arena. And he now trails by 4 again. 7-3, Barry Hawkins.
Thank you, frame 11.
Well, Dominic
Dominic Dale.
left the arena with his cue, so looking at his tip when he came back, so maybe he was doing a bit of work on the tip. Maybe disappointed with the second frame. He had chances, and certainly with the way he started in the first frame.
Just the one red for Barry to go at. Has he got a slight angle to run back up the table? Well, he tried to pinch a bit. He can't do it, but at least he got the cue ball back to the ball, Ken. That was his main concern.
Well, Dominic's had a look at these two reds, so what the paint, see there's a plant to the right corner. And there you see, it's pretty much on, but he's going to be careering into the bunch.
Yep. There's a little bit of a gap. He's got to hit the first red in the correct position, but as you say, Stephen, he's going to have to hit this at some pace to try and get that cue ball through the cluster of reds and back to the middle of the table. He's taking it on. Oh, and it was the pace that kept it out. It was the pace, just too much pace. A little bit slower, it might have gone in. But he just didn't catch that first red, and you can see shock horror on his face because he knows he's left Barry a great chance here.
1.
Yeah, he's pushed 2 or 3 reds towards the cushions, but still there's more than enough reds in the open for Barry to make a frame winning contribution here.
Six. Seven. Thirteen. 14. 20. 21.
Just let the cue ball take
26.
his natural line there, and he's played it with a nice pace. And of course, the next
27.
red he'd like to get on is the one that's near the top cushion, close to that left corner. That will release the red just to the left of the black for that corner pocket. To get enough points to be at the snooker's required stage at this visit, it's not a formality.
33. 34. 40.
After this red, this is where he needs good position on the colour, because there's no easy red apart from the one on the baulk line, and he won't be thinking about going up for that one.
41.
I saw him having a look at these two reds near the left corner. Possibility of a plant. If you get on them nice. Just overhit that.
47.
Play for one of the reds along the top cushion, but okay, he can still drop this red in, but it's trickier than he would have liked. And it's just off the cushion, and you're playing with a bit of pace. Although, yeah, early on in the tournament, Stephen, those seemed to be flying in, didn't they?
Yeah, I think they changed the cushions 2 nights ago, because obviously there was a lot of inconsistent bounces, so I don't know if that's tightened up the pockets somewhat. And they're definitely more difficult when you play them at pace. I'll be happy enough with that.
1.
Yeah, he wasn't certain, was he, until the ball stopped rolling. That's a bit careless. Okay, he's on this red to the left middle, but he should have been better on it than this. I don't expect him to miss it, but he should have been on it in such a way that he could have nice control and keep at this end of the table. Well, he just managed to drop it in dead
8.
weight and beyond the blue.
The 2 reds and the black cushion, you'd like to play a little cannon possibly in the one that's closest to the right corner. Leave the one to the left corner. Well, he's played for the open red. That cue ball is not perfect, it's not run far enough. This is now missable.
30.
We have to go in and out of baulk here. No, a good shot.
40.
Held it well. But again, the problem is I play a cannon. I just drop in the middle of these 2 reds and the black cushion. I may have an angle to cannon the 2 in the left cushion. Good shot. Great shot. Chance now.
Yeah, it worked out absolutely perfect, didn't it?
90.
Got the angle on the blue and used it.
Twenty.
I don't know whether he wants to try and hold for the red to the left middle. He could stun to the left-hand side cushion and play for the red into the right middle. Well, whatever you do, Dominic, don't miss the pot on the pink.
20.
And really, that wasn't really that close. Concentrating so much on the position, forgot about the pink. Barry looks at the scoreboard. He can't believe I'm certain he's back at the table. He's got a 27-point lead. So he's probably going to need 3 of these remaining reds.
Yeah, Dominic would be disappointed from... He come to the table that didn't really look like a frame-winning chance, but he created it. Played some good shots to open the reds up. And then after doing all the hard work, missed the easy pink.
.33 points the lead now.
6.
So he needs a good angle on the baulk colour or the blue.
Seven.
And now, just got to judge the pace of the shot. Drop in the middle of these 2 reds. Near the top cushion. Either one would do for the frame.
May have to play a cannon. Maybe too much angle in the blue to just drop in dead weight. Oh, he just wanted to cannon the other side of that red. Just left himself a little too high in the blue for comfort.
12.
So 39 points the lead, but with 2 reds on the table, there's still 43 remaining.
There was a shot, if the red that's closest to the cue ball, if he hit that full in the face and screwed the cue ball in behind the black, both reds would be sent up the table, but doesn't seem I've seen that shot.
Barry Hawkins, 12.
Well, he's not put Dominic under any great pressure here. Well, he double kissed the red. Trying to get the cue ball behind the pink, but he's left a chance of a pot on this, and this red is all that Barry needs. Wasn't tempted by it. Now he's caught in the middle. Oh, well, he's gone in off. Better in off than
Dominic
catching
Dale.
the bump and coming back to the middle of the table. I thought he may have had a go at that cut. Frame ball.
Yeah, John, I'm like you. I thought he would have taken that on. Cue ball was going up to baulk. The pace he was playing it, red would have to come away from the pocket should he miss it. It's a chance for Dominic. Good pot. Oh, needs an angle in the blue.
1.
Well, it's not bad. In between the brown and green with a touch of right-hand side. 2 cushions to land behind this red. Looks a bit pacey. You can always play the snooker.
Yep, and I think that will
6.
be his choice. Still in this. 29 points behind, 35 remaining. And if he gets a chance of this red, he wants to slow down a bit.
Dominic Dale, 6.
Well, he's just got the snooker. He may have had half an eye on the red bringing the pink into play there. Good hit. We'll certainly settle for that. Well, when you play that shot, you've got to play it hard enough to bounce off the baulk cushion and up the side cushion, and he's misjudged that. You've got to give it enough pace to come on and off that port cushion and up the side. He's left it, and the red is all that Barry needs. So he had half a chance in this frame, did Dominic, and he had a chance in the last one. But he won't be getting another one in this. So,
3.
hopes of getting right back in this match. Taking a bit of a dent.
5. Eight. $12. 17.
Well, the pink's not gone in, but the frame was over well before that, and Barry Hawkins will be very pleased as he has given Dominic Dale chances. But Dominic has missed too many easy balls, and he's now 5 frames behind. 8-3.
Thank you, frame 12. Barry Hawkins to break.
Barry Hawkins breaks off 8-3 ahead. It is mathematically possible for him to win this match tonight if he won all the remaining 5 frames. Well, Dominic, a grimace there when he's seen that cue ball going up behind the green.
Yeah, there'll be a mid-session interval after this frame. And after winning the first frame of the evening, if he does go into that interval 6 frames behind, he'll be very, very disappointed. That was the problem, playing into that side. You were never guaranteed to get it safe. Good shot, hampered as he was, and just the cannon off the second red well. Well, he tried to make the angle, just couldn't get enough pace into the cue ball. A rather
8.
vicious chalk of the tip there. Not happy, but this red is still possible. But difficult because he's on the side cushion. But good pot. And that's
9.
the problem, when you're near a cushion, you just concentrate that much on the pot. Not certain where the line of the cue ball is going to be, so... Is he on this blue? Well, maybe. Just on it.
14. Okay. 15.
Yeah, nicely controlled pot. There's one loose red to go at now, imperative that he gets a good angle on the colour. Now,
22.
will he play for the blue? You just feel if you get a good angle on the blue, it's better to split them. Although, I suppose he could play for the black. There's maybe a loose one. There's little cannons he could play just on the end reds. It's how he feels, how he sees it.
23.
Top spin and a little touch of left-hand side. He'd love to cannon the two reds at this side of the pack. He'd love to cannon the right-hand one of those. That would really open things up. Well, he's just put a controlled shot.
Third. $31. $38.
May be able to just nudge one red out from this shot. Yep, there it is.
39.
Well, it looks like he's going to go into them again. Well, I think the red that's closest to the cue ball will go to the left corner, so that's all you're looking for. A red to continue with, and there you see it goes. Nicely judged. Nice angle on the blue. Already 47 points in front. Looks like another frame going the way of Barry Hawkins here.
Yeah, you think he's looking at the cannon, the four reds to the left of the table. You think any sort of cannon on, oh, you'd be unlucky not to be on something. That's what he's looking at now. I think only if it hits the first red, the red closest to the cue ball, that would be the only problem. It's okay, still got a red to the right centre. I think you can stun for the black.
52.
not as easy as he would have liked.
Yeah, a little bit further away from the cushion. You certainly wouldn't expect him to miss it, but needs good cueing here. And it's a soft stun. And they're the ones you've really got to get through the cue ball. If you quit on it, then the cue ball can slide away from where you're trying to hit the red. Played it well, played it a little bit firmer because he concentrated on getting that cue ball through, but he's just out of position slightly. Well, good shot, but what's he on?
60.
Can he get through to this red, to the left middle? Well, the fact he's looking for position on the pink tells me he can. Just.
$61.
Shoes on the other foot for Dominic, isn't it, John? In the last round he won his match comfortably, and now he's on the receiving end.
Yes, and Barry just needing this pink and one more red, and he'll have opened up a 6-frame advantage.
$67. 68.
Yeah, nicely controlled cannon frame now, well and truly over. And talking about shoes on the other foot,
75.
would you put them on your feet?
$76. $83.
Looked a little bit shaky the first couple of frames
84.
tonight, Barry Hawkins. But now, obviously, aided by his lead getting wider and wider, starting to relax.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, when your opponent starts making a few mistakes
91.
and gives you opportunities, and you get that bit of table time. And now the
92.
game looking very easy for Barry Hawkins. Oh, what a shame, and you can see him turn around and discuss that was a chance to make his second century of this match. But he won't be too disappointed, or shouldn't be. Dominic Dale will be, but Barry Hawkins goes to the mid-session interval. He's increased his lead. It's now 6-9-3. Some more commentary on this game.
Keep the noise down, please. Frame 13. Dominic Dale to break.
Mid-session interval over. Another 4 frames to be played. And Dominic Dale right up against it here. There's a possibility that this match could be over in the second session if Barry Hawkins was to win the remaining 4 frames. This looks a good line. Oh no, it just checked off the ball cushion. I thought it was going to run up behind the green. Dominic's got to start producing before it's too late.
A long way away from that pot. Point of no return yet, Dominic. There's still this session, if you could perhaps win it 3-1, 10-6, although still being a big deficit is not impossible.
1.
Anything less, though, you think the match is virtually over. And as we said before the interval, Barry Hawkins is starting to relax a bit more. He plays natural game, and he scores very heavy. This looks a good line in the cue ball. Is it hard enough for the red above the black?
4.
Just about got there, and I think he can possibly pot this red and avoid a kiss into the black.
5.
To play another little cannon here. There's a gap between the two reds. Just stun up to that gap. Just not hard, but nudge a few more reds out and still be on one to the opposite corner. Well, he decides to go for it with pace, and I'll tell you what, it's worked out very nicely.
Yeah, he couldn't hit that better. Found the gap that you said, John.
12.
Played it with more pace than I thought he would. That was a great shot. As I said before, when he's in the balls, he plays the right aggressive shot every time, Barry. Very impressive.
13.
Maybe a little bit disappointed there. Just under hit that slightly.
20.
But he's okay. He's got an alternative red to the left middle. Maybe he played for the one in the left middle, but a little bit straighter would have been the thing he was looking for. Come to the interval now on the next table, and you can
21.
hear the noise, so just have to concentrate that little bit harder now.
And Barry will know, obviously, there's a chance they can win this match a session
26.
early and get tomorrow off before the start of the semi-finals.
27. Quietly as you can, please. Thank you. Yeah. 34.
Well, a little bit of work to do with the cue ball now. I don't know whether he can pop this red to the left corner and avoid kissing the second red. He can't play for the black. But if he could find the gap, he could stun up for the pink, which I think goes into the opposite corner. He could. So
35.
no problem.
41. $42. $49. $50.
Well, he's made this look very, very simple, as Barry. Made a good shot to open up the reds. And he keeps leaving himself perfect angle just to play for the next ball. And Dominic, well,
57.
he'll be sat there thinking he's not going to get a chance in this frame.
58.
And 3 more to play. Needs to at least win one of them to get to the final session tomorrow. Oh, wow, unbelievable.
Barry
Didn't see
Hawkins,
that coming.
58.
Yeah, he just tapped his head with his finger when he missed that black. Just total lapse in concentration by Barry.
One.
Well, he's been handed a lifeline as Dominic. What can he do with it?
Eight. Nine.
Just about got an angle on the blue here to come down close to the red. So we just go past the 4-hour mark in this match. And this time he can play for the black.
14. $15.
Yeah, the obvious problem is the yellow. Everything else looks pretty straightforward in regards to taking these final 3 reds with colours. Although he hasn't played that very well. White should have been further to the left of the table.
22.
Yes, didn't get into the cue ball enough there.
Thank you.
Recover the situation now.
23.
In an ideal world after last red, you'd be maybe thinking of playing for the pink, and if you got a nice angle on the pink, you may be able to bring that yellow into play. Just needs a bit of a bounce. It's okay. So far, so good.
30.
28 points behind now.
$31.
Now with this last red, can he get up for the pink and leave himself a nice angle? I don't think he can play for the pink off this red now. Come a little bit too straight for that. So he'll have to play for the black, do you feel? He's got a perfect angle to stun down on the black. Well, deciding to go up for the blue, and I don't see the merit in that.
39.
Can he pot the blue and avoid the kiss on the pink? Maybe tempted by the double,
44.
because he'll be taking the cue ball into the baulk end. 14 points behind now. And he's got the double. Is he going to be on the green? He's a nice kiss. He's got one. He's
46.
got one.
No, fair play, Dominic. You're 9-3 down, you got to attack. And that was attacking. Deserved the kiss on the green. Didn't play that double in the L with any safety in mind whatsoever. And Barry will be very irritated in his seat. He missed an easy black off a spot. Dominic, what have you done?
49.
Oh, I know he was using all the extensions. Sometimes the cue feels a little bit different when you got the extensions on, but really no excuse for not being better on the brown than this. Boy, this is tough. Too tough. Is it going to run safe?
Dominic Dale,
Not really.
49.
So Barry Hawkins comes back to the table. He's still got a 9-point lead.
I need this one way back.
Brown and blue required. What a chance Dominic has missed there. Now, where's this brown going? Is it running safe? It may look as though it will comfortably go into the left middle, but it's such an acute angle. It looks easy from that overhead, but it's not that easy. It's so accurate. Will he be tempted? I suppose the only thing is he doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. If he pots the brown, he's automatically going to be on the blue. He was aggressive his last visit to the table. But thought that was just a bit too risky. But that cue ball needs to travel. And the brown. Okay, judged it well. Good shot. Very good reply. Well, he had a good line there with the black and the blue. The fact that Barry's looking to a side cushion here means that he is snookered. And there you see it.
Tough to get safe, even if you hit the brown. That's safe. That's okay. Well done. Always trusting a bit to luck.
just not hard enough, and this isn't too difficult a safety for Barry. Full in the face, send the brown around the angles, back to this top cushion. Didn't hit it quite right though. Didn't hit it quite right. That's why it collided with the blue. Can't believe it slid off that first cushion as much as it did, but not left anything easy for Dominic, but Dominic may just have the edge now in this tactical exchange. Good shot. I don't see the VAR. Well, he's left the brown, has he? Or has the blue just about come to his rescue? Boy, that was a dangerous shot to play. Well, Barry's looking at the potting angle. And why wouldn't you? He couldn't just see enough of it. So Dominic gets another chance. You have to play this cue ball up and down the table, you feel, to get position on the blue. You don't want to be rolling it in dead weight. Well, I think he's got a good length. Doesn't want to be too close to the side cushion. He doesn't want to be straight either. He's getting down to play it pretty quick, so he's okay. And he's played that very well indeed.
9.
So that makes us points all square. Pink and black needed.
$15.
Well played, Dominic Dale. Back firmly against the wall. He had a few bites of the cherry, but in the end, Barry Hawkins couldn't put the frame away. We will now definitely be having a third session of this match. How many frames we'll have to play? The next 3 could tell us. 9-4, Barry Hawkins.
Thank you. Frame 14. Barry Hawkins to break.
So I would suggest a disappointed Barry Hawkins gets frame 14 underway. I'll tell you what, it'd be very disappointing if Dominic wins the next 3. Because for all money, it looked as though this match could finish in the second session. Can Dominic get some confidence from winning that last frame?
Well, he's been looking long and hard at this red. Is he taking it on? Looks like it. Can play for the black. Well, we won't see many better pots than that this week. Could not have hit that better.
1.
I thought he was going to play for the black, John.
I know, so did I. But he hit it well, and he's got a little nudge on the green, which just makes this green cuttable.
Yeah, it looks to have a nice angle to play for the red. It's just above the black. It's got the plane right to the right corner, but just got into the cue ball too much. Still has a cut to the left corner.
Full.
That's not the red he was playing for.
Five.
As you said, Stephen, that's the red he'd love to be on, the one just above the black. And he's got the perfect angle to play on it. Just needs to slow down a bit. That looks perfect.
10. $11. $18. $19.
Well, he's done that in. Well, if he's left himself straight, that's very careless. Well, he shouldn't have left himself this straight. That is so careless. He wanted that cue ball just to run another half inch, so he had the angle to stun it for the red into the opposite corner. Problem is with this, if you try to pinch a bit to force the cue ball, you know, the black is missable, believe it or not. Just managed to get something out of it.
26.
Not recovered the situation fully yet, though.
$27.
Well, he's stunned into those reds. I thought he'd have screwed into them, and then the cue ball would have come off him, stunning into him and getting all that power, the bounce. You don't know where the cue ball's going to finish. A little trickle up behind the black. That's all that's left to him. Delicate, this.
Dominic Dale. 27. One.
Oh, that was not planned.
Barry
That was the
Hawkins.
problem with Dominic, not snookering him on the reds, not getting tight enough up behind the black. This is an easy escape, but you've got to hit the right red. It's okay. Dominic doing the referee's job there. It's not touching. Oh, now look. And if it had been touching, of course, the referee, Brendan Moore, who this year gets to do the final. I'm sure he's looking forward to that. So I'm not touching. He's thinking long and hard here, Dominic. I mean, is there an alternative to the safety?
Make sure your phones are switched off, please.
Don't think so. There's no pot on. I think the only safety is to try and get this cue ball back to this top cushion. And that's what he was bothered about, a red going into a potable position, and he's left one to the left middle, and the reds are spread far and wide. The only problem with this shot for Barry is he's not certain where the cue ball's going to go. If he misses the kiss on the yellow in potting it, he should be on something. Oh, he's found the perfect line. What a chance this is.
Yeah. Dominic's slightly unlucky to leave the red. That was always the danger, but the unlucky part, the real unlucky part, was that he left Barry with a natural angle. Didn't have to do anything with the cue ball there.
6.
And as you say, what a chance.
7.
I suppose the only positive thing to come from missing an easy black in the last frame is it sharpened his concentration up for this visit. Determined not to let that happen again.
$50. $22. 23.
This blue will put him 2 points in front. So if he can get these 5 remaining reds with colours, he would be
28.
past the winning line, but a bit of work to do.
$29.
Didn't get into the cue ball as much as he would
34.
like. He would like to be a bit cue ball a bit further over to the right hand side of the table. Still should get this red, but it's missable.
$35. $42.
Quick glance at the scoreboard will tell him he's 16 points in front, so needs, as I said, these 3 remaining reds with colours to clinch the frame.
Thank you. 43. 47.
Decided to come up for the blue, and he's played
48.
it nicely. I think you can't just drop behind this red because I don't think it goes in the left middle, so because the pink's in the way. Possibility of putting it in the left corner, so it just got to adjust the pace of this shot correctly. And it doesn't come much better than that. Terrific shot.
53.
In fact, with a 27-point lead now, just this red will get him to the snooker's required stage. Right in the heart of the pocket.
54.
So taken full advantage. Okay, as Stephen said, you could consider,
61.
or Dominic will consider himself a little unlucky that he left that red and the perfect angle to pot it and get it out of the ball.
63.
There's certainly been an air of inevitability about this visit. And having said that, it was in the last frame when he missed the black off the spot, but
66.
he's not looked like missing this time around.
$70. $75. $81.
Well played, Barry Hawkins.
88 in the frame.
So stop
Barry
Dominic's comeback in its tracks, and he'll be pleased to get that one under his belt. And now leads by 6 again, 10-4. Two more frames to be played in this session. To have any chance, you feel Dominic has got to win them both.
There is a red to the right corner. He could get on the black, but he's remaining disciplined. Not taking any undue risks.
Well, not the best length with the cue ball. He left a chance this pot to the left corner. He must have done, because Dominic's coming round to have a look if he can play for the black in the opposite corner. There you see it. Clearly can get to it. Played it positively now. Is he going to stop?
One.
I think he's on the black. Only just. Only just. And once again he played the stun there. I thought the screw was the shot. Little screw shot. And remove the red away and leave the one above the black.
8.
Yeah, at least to, for no other reason but to get the cue ball away from the black spot. The distance between these two reds is far from easy. I mean, I know he's at pretty much the point of no return and he's just going to attack.
Yeah, that wasn't easy.
Dominic Dale, 8.
Not much distance between the two reds. Good safety shot, but with that cluster of reds, if he doesn't fancy a return, although play this red, he's playing half ball, should get back to the balk end with no problem. The thing is, he's overhit it slightly, and if there's a slight angle on this red that's closest to this right corner, and there is, I think Barry will be taking this on. Where's this red going? Thought for a horrible moment he was going to fluke it. Well, the one thing he needed there was to be on the black. He's got an angle to pot the brown and go into the main bunch of reds here. And he's played it. Oh, where's the red going? Oh, so unlucky. Isn't
Dale,
that
1.
typical of
Barry
snooker?
Hawkins, 4.
When your back's against the wall, you need a bit of luck, you never get it. Unlucky.
The unfortunate part, he hasn't left Barry with a red. Unless, is he looking at a plant to the right corner? Oh, good shot. Yeah, it's very unlucky on Dominic. He couldn't have hit it any better.
Barry Hawkins, 1.
Ideally, he wouldn't have liked to have put the black in a safe position, but he felt that was the only way he could get a real good snooker tight behind the brown. Not guaranteed to get this safe, isn't Dominic? Playing to rest on the red closest to the cushion, you would have thought. Chance of a pot. Not an easy one. And Barry didn't take long to decide that it wasn't worth the risk, so just playing safe. If you can get to the middle of the cue ball, it makes this pot a little bit easier. Might have to put a little bit of side on. Well, he played it well, and that's a good kiss on the second red, leaves him on the pink. Let's give him a chance here.
Yeah, that was a pretty decent shot. Never easy cueing, and the cue ball's right beside another ball there. To deliver the cue very straight. He's giving himself an opportunity to try and peg another frame back.
7. 8.
Nicely on this red, just
14.
soft stun. Play for the pink in the middle again.
15.
If that red wasn't as close to pink, I think there's value in trying to hold the pink spot, but I think it'd be too close to red for comfort.
$21.
Have to go up for the blue now. So very important he gets a good length on it. Although having said that, I think the pink will go into this pocket. You can see it will go, so he can play for the pink.
Thanks.
Well, he's played for the
22.
blue, and he's played it absolutely perfect. Good shot.
Played that nicely.
27.
Yeah, this is a frame winning chance now. Pink potable to all 4
28.
pockets. Shouldn't make a mistake here.
Yeah.
Every credit to Dominic. He's stuck at it. Went into the interval 9-3 down.
34.
A lot of players ahead. Head could go down and half give up. But he still looks focused when he's in the balls.
35.
.45 points to lead.
41.
Red cover red. That's all that's required.
42.
So this red will put in 53 points in front with just 51 remaining.
48.
Well played, Dominic Dale. Deep screw with lots of left-hand side, come nicely on the pink. And it's important when you're playing catch-up that you don't miss when your opponent only needs one or
55.
two snookers, because they'll carry on. It just drags the frame out, and he doesn't want that.
56.
Well, just didn't get the angle on the blue. I think he's at the point where Barry won't be coming back to the table now.
$61.
Good shot needed here. Nah, it was always tough, and he's not fluked it.
61. And
But that'll be enough for Barry. He concedes, so every credit to Dominic Dale. Barry Hawkins looked as though he could have won this match with a session to spare. If Dominic Dale wins the next frame, who's to say? It's still 10-5 though, Barry Hawkins.
Thank you. Final frame of this
Dominic's
session.
capitalised.
Barry Hawkins to break.
So 10-6. Yeah, I agree with you. It's still Barry's to lose, but just that little bit of doubt is there.
Yes, and if it does get to 10-6, if Dominic can win this last frame, it will give Dominic a little bit of hope. Oh, well, he had a bit of luck. Missed the red he intended to hit on the way up, but caught one nicely on the way back. Knows the game backwards. Bit pacey with that safety. Dominic may be tempted by this red on the left-hand side of the table. To play it in such a way, you'd think that the only red he could leave is the one he's playing. He doesn't have to get particularly the right side of the blue. Beautiful shot, beautiful shot. Struck it like a dream. Give himself a chance. And lovely control of the cue ball. And the black seems to be available into both corners, and well, that pink's just about in the open.
7.
Sure, if you can get on the black, I'd like to be on the black.
$8.
just hit the black in the wrong side of the pocket. Now, I don't know if the black spot's available. If it isn't, it'll have to go as close to its own spot as it can. But it can't be touching the red. Need a steady hand.
50.
And this red, because it's just to the right side, is available, but he's preferring to take this one first.
60.
Now this time he can pot the black and just nudge the red towards the pocket. Well, Dominic, good opening red has given you a chance.
23. $24.
Just a fraction short of pace. Maybe a slight angle. Maybe just enough to be able to come off the side cushion and get close to his next intended red. Wants to try and leave everything as easy as possible. Well, made an angle, went into them. He's just about on this red to the left corner.
29.
Looking round, is there a plant on as well?
This is good snooker though from Dominic Dale, really is.
$30.
I think he can come off one cushion for it. There's an open red to the right of the pack that possibly will pot to the left corner. Them two reds together may pot to the left middle, so just has to concentrate on potting the pink. Plain ball off the cushion. Yeah, a choice of 3 or 4 reds there.
Yeah, so nothing
36.
hitting the pink in the middle of the pocket. He nearly ran into this red, but he's okay. Oh.
37.
Once it caught that side cushion jaw, I thought it might not go in. Only because he played it dead weight and gravity just took over.
Well, it looks simple enough just to follow through with the cushion for a red to the right corner and potting this black. Yeah, he's played it nicely. And maybe he's just starting to see problems that are not there.
44.
There's a lot of pressure in this last frame.
45.
Yeah, it's massive, isn't it, for Dominic? Okay, he's come very straight on the black, but in that cluster of reds, he's having a look now to see this plant. It looked set to the right-hand jaw to me. But I think the right hand of that little cluster of 6 does go to the left middle. Well, he thinks he can make a plant. The two reds close together, are they close enough that you can
52.
reverse it? Well, he's playing the ones just above it now. There's a bit of a gap between these two. You've got to be certain, but he's right in line with the two balls in the pocket. You'd fancy him to get it. And got it, he has.
53.
Now, one shot on the black. Just plain ball Just cannon on the red to leave the red to the right corner. You think he's going to win this last frame. Oh, he's got a massive kick. What a time to get a
Dominic
kick.
Dale, 53.
Well, that's unbelievable. I mean, look at the black, it just went straight on. Maybe had a trace of left-hand side on it, but even so, the black shouldn't have reacted like that. So frustrating. He's not left anything, but it was a chance to win the frame at that visit. Will he get a better one?
Well, I don't know if Dominic Dale can get to the left-hand side of the reds to play a safety. If not, he's in a bit of trouble here. He may be forced into a pot.
Yeah, I don't think he's got the angle just to play the red up and leave the cue ball near the top cushion. We're having a look to see if the possibility with a little swerve, if he can just catch the edge of this red. Or as you say, Stephen, if he doesn't fancy it, he may as well go for the pot. If he knocks the red in, he's bound to be on the black and he'll win the frame. And there was always a chance that he might not leave anything easy. Well, it looks like Barry's building himself up to play the pot here. Feels the only red he could leave is the one he's playing. Value if it goes in. Now where's it going to run to? It runs safe. Excellent safety. Excellent. 10 out of 10. Well, Barry's had a close look. The red third in from the right. Will it just pass the black? I don't think so. Maybe half a pocket. 53 points behind. He knows that one more mistake and he'll have lost this frame. Now, just, it was a good shot. If the black hadn't been there, it'd have been in, but black was just in the way.
Dominic coming round to see the red sort of 2 down from the pink will pot. Well, the one to the right also pots to the right corner, so this is a chance.
Foul. Barry Hawkins full.
Well, when you play those type of shots, you always err on the side of hitting it too thin, but you've also got to be aware that the middle pocket's in the way. Okay, going in off, but he could have hit the bump and the cue ball could have come down, so one good shot here from Barry, get right back in this frame. Ooh, has he overdone it? I think he has. I don't think he's on the black. No way.
Yellow ball.
Needed that yellow
Barry
in play,
Hawkins one.
and it's not turned out too bad if he's got the snooker behind the brown. And he has. Who would have thought that? That's what he's aiming for here. Don't want to hit it too hard and don't want to hit the red on the way up. Once oh, he's misjudged it completely.
Foul and a miss.
He
Barry
might get
Hawkins.
another chance because there's nothing that inviting for Barry. He's asking it to replace, so you'd think Dominic could make the adjustment required. And if he gets the line right, it's 2 cushion escape this. He didn't want to hit the red off 1 cushion. Well, maybe he doesn't think it's on. Maybe he thinks the middle pocket's in the way. Try number 2. This looks better. This looks very good. Well played.
He'll find himself up behind the yellow this time, Dominic. Well, he's got a choice of 2 reds to go for Dominic, but you would think if he went for them and missed them, he would almost become second favourite in this frame, bound to leave something.
Where's the red going? A little bit of movement there, I spotted in this as he played that shot. He was anxious. Almost forced to take it on, but he didn't play it with any great deal of confidence. So here's the chance for the counter-attack.
One.
And there's not too many safe balls on the table.
Eight.
Yeah, and this would be hard on Dominic Dale. The first half of the frame he played really well. Done all the hard work to get in position and then got that massive kick on the black.
9.
But that snooker can be a cruel game. And now he has to sit in his chair and suffer.
$16. $17. $24. $25. Yep. 32.
Just 12 points behind now. This looks to be the most difficult shot he's got left. If he can play this correctly, get nicely on the black. And he has done. It'll be very disappointing now, Barry, if he doesn't win the frame at this visit.
33.
And as you said, Stephen, it would be hard on Dominic. He was just a couple of pots away from winning this frame when he got that horrendous kick on the black. And he's really shown great character in sticking at it tonight. Ooh. No, he's okay. I thought for a moment he was run too far and maybe the blue would snooker him, but he's okay.
Play for brown or green to the left corner here. Well, that surprises me a little bit.
41.
I suppose it's easy to pot the pink and get a nice angle on the yellow. To go off one cushion for the green to the same pocket.
And that looks absolutely inch perfect. 3 points the lead,
47.
up to and including the blue.
And he's done what he
49.
needed to do tonight, Barry. He's won this session of 8 frames. Well, it looks like he's going to win anyway, 5-3, which increases his lead.
52.
Brown and blue required. And a little bit of a body blow for Dominic. He didn't really deserve this, in all honesty. I mean, you don't mind losing frames when you miss shots, but
56.
the kick on the black, and that's the way this game's always been. When you need a bit of luck, you never seem to get it. But he's taking these very well, as Barry, in all honesty.
61.
And he'll come out tomorrow, just needing 2 more frames for a place in the semi-final. So in goes the pink. They'll shake hands, but Dominic Dale, as I say, deserved better than that. He really dug in, but every credit to Barry Hawkins. He's become a very, very solid match player and a real tough competitor. And he leads overnight by 11 frames to 5, just needing 2 more. for a place in the semi-final.
Thank you. Frame 17. Dominic Dale to break.
Dominic Dale gets the first frame of the final session underway. It looked at a certain stage in the second session that this wasn't going to be the case when Barry led 9-3, but Dominic didn't drop his guard, stuck at it, and in all honesty, he's a little bit unfortunate not to be 10-6. I've been chatting with Dominic most of the morning, and he thinks he's only one escape from here, Terry, and that's to win the first 4.
Yes, that'll get him a footing in the match. He's been down 6 frames 3 times in the match, and it's tough from there. But a few shots like that from Barry Hawkins will encourage him, give him a chance to get started.
Well, chance missed. Got to take every opportunity, make the most of everything that comes his way.
He's left one on and didn't find the bar cushion, so Dominic may play it in a natural way. I may put a touch of left-hand side on and try and avoid the back of the pack there. Play that nicely.
Oh. One.
Well, he couldn't get at this, but it's so awkward to play the brown from there.
That's a touching ball, Dominic. It's a touching ball, so can you nominate a colour, please?
Touching ball as well, so you've got to nominate.
Yeah, I just don't think he can get to enough of the cue ball to play the pot on the brown. I think he'll probably nominate yellow. That's why the referee has asked him to nominate. Just a fraction. It's all about fractions, but as I say, I just don't think he can get enough of that cue ball. So, nominate yellow.
Yellow ball.
And just trying to nestle in behind the brown. I don't think touching ball, you want to just touch the white and keep it behind the yellow. That could go horribly wrong.
Well, you've got to be careful with the old miscue they do, doesn't it? That slow shot, they just touch the ball on the side of it with side on, but this time it'll be a push shot. Could be. Oops. Oops. There you go.
Bad decision for me, that. I've got to be honest with you. I've got to be honest with you. I'd have been playing to the baulk cushion there and trying to get in behind the brown. And he's not got the snooker. Thank goodness you don't get fouled for an air shot at snooker, Terry. You'd have had 3 of them there.
Do you know when you've approached that cue ball a few times and you haven't reached it, you know you're in trouble. You should get up really and start again. No, you may get another chance here, Dominic. Oh, he's just covered by the blue, but he's got one on down into the right corner. There is risk involved here with both reds he's looking at, one into the left and one into the right corner. You take on the shot that he feels more comfortable with and will give him position. Nicely played.
Well, that obviously tells us that the black's not available into the right corner. And the cue ball is just about stopped in time to give him a pot on the yellow. Now, does this red just above the black, is it possible? Just having a look now. Oh yes, clearly passes the black, so he could play for that red. Just caught that other red, but he may have knocked that on. There he has. It's not too bad, and he can get to the black. The black does go in this pocket, clearly. And purposely playing it low, so in playing the black now, he can nudge the red just above it, but he wants to play for the red that's just near his hand now. That then clears the path for the black into both corners. He just stunned that, really, and that
11.
is going to make it just slightly awkward queuing. You wouldn't expect him to miss the red. Oh, particularly as he's got a gap for the cue.
Thank you. 12.
Dominic started
90.
well in the second session. He made a 69 break to pull the frame back. Of course, we've seen a few years
20.
ago, 2010 here, Martin Gould was 11-5 in front of Neil Robertson and lost the match. It can happen. You've got to play well and hope your opponent gives you a little bit of help.
$27. $28.
Nice angle to go in to them, but he has one red loose, as you can see at the bottom of that cluster. And purposely leaving himself low. Now it's all about control, and I've seen Dominic play this shot a few
35.
times, Terry, and he stuns into them very hard, and I don't feel you've got much control of the cue ball if you do that. To me, it's just a little soft screw. You'll bring a few reds out, might be on the pink, but worst way you'd be on the black, you would have thought. Just not too hard, there's no need.
He's got to be careful here. If he plays with power, he could foul the cue ball, because he's so close to the object ball. If you could follow through too much, he could foul here when the ball's coming back towards him. And he did play it with a bit of
36.
backspin, and he's just slightly overdone it, but a lovely split.
But that cue ball a little bit too close to the cushion, as we can see. Didn't get much straighter than that on the black. So you just have to roll it in, and he may be on a red to the left middle. Well, he's trying to force it in. This is dangerous. Well played. He's created the angle. He deserves to be on a red. And he's just about on one to the right middle.
43.
Look at them bouncing. But as I say, did very well there to create the angle. Brave shot to take on. Can he keep it going?
$44.
Well, immediately, before the balls had stopped rolling, asked referee Brendan Moore to clean the white
He won.
and the black. Didn't feel as though he had a good contact between cue ball and object ball, and he has finished, has to be said, a little bit twixt in between here. He's got the red to the right middle, but he can't play for the black. Not the right angle on the pink. May decide on the green here. He's only a few pots away from clinching this frame. Needs to, oh well, kiss the blue. That'll do. That will do nicely. I don't think that was the shot he played, but he'll settle for it.
55. $56.
Well, not on the pink as he would have liked. Quick glance at the scoreboard, 57 points in front. There's 67 remaining. So this yellow and one more red required. Played it nicely. And this red will take him 60 points in
58.
front with just 59 remaining. So his plan working so far, it seems. Yeah, well played. And as I say, Terry, I did this the second session last night, and when he was 9-3 behind and missed quite a few opportunities, a lesser person could have just dropped his head and thought, well, you know, that's it now. I've had my chance, I've not taken them. But he really dug in and was very unlucky in the final frame last night. Got an horrendous kick on the black when he was in 50-odd points in front to make it 10-6. So as I say, talking to him this morning,
67.
His master plan was win the first four.
$74.
I spoke to Barry Hawkins before the match, and he said his master plan was to lose the first row. Make it interesting, he said. I don't think so.
Thank you. 75.
Does it reach? No, not quite, but that'll
Dominic
be
Dale,
enough for
75.
Barry. And yes, he sits in his seat, he concedes. So important every frame for Dominic at the moment. He reduces arrears now to 5. Barry Hawkins leads 11-6.
Well, we don't know how Barry Hawkins is playing so far. He missed one mid-distance red, and that was it, really. So a little safety bout won't do Barry Hawkins any harm. He's hardly been at the table so far. Dominic's not chancing going down to the balk area with those two reds down there. Certainly spread those out.
Yes, if it had been tight to the top cushion, it posed a problem here for Barry, but he can dig down on this cue ball and bring it back to the top cushion.
The players always play it that way. He could have screwed straight back then, but with the backspin it's sometimes a little more difficult to control rather than the stun off the cushion. You get a bit more comfort after the white hit the cushion. They will get somewhere behind the black. Just 3 reds below the blue spot area so far. There could be a few more by the time they finish this safety bout if they continue playing this type of shot. That's nicely played. Because Barry's on the cushion, it's going to be difficult for him to screw back. But there is a shot he's got. The red to the right of the green is a little bit risky, but he can hit that between green and brown and get the white down on that cushion. That would be safe. They're not keen, these players, possibly to take a risk with the balls wide open for no obvious gain. And he could dig down. So the numbers are increasing down past the blue spot. Got 6 down there now.
I think there's a red in the middle of the table, may go to the far right corner. Well, he's looking at the one to the far left corner. This is a risky pot to take on. If he misses it, surely he'll leave something. Well, he's trying to play a containing safety. But he hasn't got that cue ball tight to the baulk cushion, so there's a chance here for Dominic. This red to the right of the yellow. Into the right middle pocket. Well, that's called edging your bets.
Too much safety and not enough pot, you know. He was on the brown. He was on the brown anyway, wasn't he? I suppose. You can't blame it. It wasn't an easy shot because he had to dig down into the cue ball. If he could have just dropped it in, it would have been a lot easier. It's a bit of a mess on the table, isn't it? The balls are all over the place. Looks as if my grandchildren have been on there playing a frame.
No. The balls
Keep
are
the noise
everywhere.
down, please.
Another half chance here for Dominic. This red will go to the right middle, stun back to the top cushion. If it goes in, he's on the brown. Doesn't have to play this as pacey as he did the last one. Great pot, great pot. Excellent shot. And nicely on the brown. What a chance. He'd love to be on this red that's just to the right of the black, but he needs that cue ball to keep running. You know, I think he, well,
5.
he's got one to the corner and then play for the black in the left. You see the one he's straight on? But he'd love to get that red that's to the right of the black, that's blocking it going in this right corner. And when he gets rid of that red, and I think it'll be
6.
sooner rather than later, black available into both corner pockets, plenty of reds in the open. What a chance. Couldn't hold for that red to the right of the black. So now he's going
30.
to, well, I suppose he could play for the black, but more percentage-wise, better going up the table. He'd have the choice of blue, pink, green. Doesn't want to run past that pink. Wants to kiss the pink, and he has
14.
done. So he's nicely on the blue. This time looking to be on that red that's just to the right of the black. And he's on it this time.
19.
This really opens up the frame.
$20.
Great chance now.
It's amazing how one player can dominate for periods, and out there Dominic's made 3 breaks over 50 the last 3 frames, 2 last night of course, and he lost one of those when he made a 53, but he'll feel confident
27.
he can score when he gets in. His safety play is always good.
$28.
As we say, 1 frame at a time, and give your opponent something to think about. Come off the cushion
33.
quite quickly there. He had a bounce off the cushion. Quick bounce on the previous shot he played. Dominic tends to stand and stare when that happens, just to
34.
let everybody know.
$41. 42.
Under hit a little, but
49.
just about on this red. Like to have been a bit straighter, but I think he can hold the cue ball.
$50.
And if he's not too close to the cushion, he could play the pink here and play for those 2 reds in the other half of the table. Well, just playing the pink and just using the green to hold the cue ball.
$56. 57.
So now, 59 points to lead. Possible 75
59.
remaining, but obviously not for long, so he's looking for red, colour red.
60.
Just overdid that. But he's got a red near the baulk line he can play for. As I say, after this blue, one more red required. Well, decided to play for this one in the left corner, this end of the table. This red to go 66
65.
ahead with only 59 remaining. Oh, how many times do we see it? How many times
Dominic
do
Dale.
we see it?
65.
Frame ball. Refused to go in.
The only good thing with Dominic is a few reds are near cushions, I suppose, which help, and the two reds below the pink there don't look as they're available into the corner pockets. This is the first chance Barry Hawkins has had.
Yeah, and the fact he's come to the table 65 points behind with 67 remaining, he can afford off these reds just one pink. The rest have got to be blacks.
Dominic Dale had scored 140 points without reply then, before Barry Hawkins got that unexpected chance. Then a very good clearance in the final frame last night to
9.
go 11-5 in front. As John said earlier, Dominic looked if he can go 10-6 and had a bad kick. It's all right getting these chances, but if you don't take them, it starts to play in your mind a little bit when you're only looking for 2 frames to
16.
go into the semi-final of the World Championships this year. If Dominic had had a clean-cut frame here, John, and potted that red, then Hawkins would have been feeling a little bit he hasn't really had a chance, but now he's got this chance. He's got a feel of the table here today.
17.
It's always different when you come back for the next session. Cue ball needs to run a bit. I'm not sure if he's dead straight. If you've got a slight angle, you
24.
can come down for pink, as John mentioned, but then he'll have to play for a black off the last red. If he can get for black, of course, it'd be better. No, he doesn't want to come too straight on this.
25.
It's got a bit of an angle, but it's going to be a good shot from that last red. Down for one of the big value colours. Pink or black would do.
Snooker's required now.
Barry Hawkins, 25.
Yes, the problem there was in the pot is the amount of pace he had to put into the cue ball. He came little too straight on the black. He had a slight angle, played it with deep screw inside, and that pace, they are missable, especially when you're trying to clear up like this. Now it's Dominic's back in and 40 in front, 35 on the table. That'll finish it.
1.
Been quite impressive here, Dominic Dale. He's made a 75 and a 65 break in this one. keeps that going, he'll be quite happy.
3.
In a way, the pressure's not on Dominic at the moment at 11-5 when he started, but then if he starts to get closer to
5.
Hawkins, of course, the pressure changes around a little bit then. Comes on the person that's chasing, because Hawkins
8.
would be under pressure out there, make no mistake about it. He's a long way in front, but he hasn't really got his hand on the table too much in this session. Dominic's looked impressive.
12.
Apart from that red, you couldn't say he made an error. He won the safety battle in this game and then made that 65 break.
$17. $23.
Good effort then from Dominic Dale. He's pulled another frame back, but he's still way behind. Barry Hawkins 11, Dominic Dale 7.
Thank you. Frame 19. Dominic Dale to break.
Of course, there's always a thing to remember as Dominic gets frame 19 underway. We always say the longer you can keep your opponent off just needing one frame to win, then it just gives that little bit more margin for error. It doesn't put pressure on every shot you play. Just in between frames there, we were chatting about the two-table situation, which will be gone tomorrow. And I remember 1979, and I was on, I think what would be table 2 now, playing Cliff Thorburn, and you were on table 1 playing Alex Higgins. Well, the noise was unbelievable. It was, what a match that was, eh? That was your baptism of fire, wasn't it, the Crucible? Was it 10-9 you beat him?
13-12.
Oh, 13-12,
Yeah,
of course. It was
the second round,
yeah, that's right.
Played Perry Mons in the first round, who got to the final the previous year, of course, against Reardon.
Yeah.
What a tremendous potter he was. Perry Mons.
Didn't have much clue where the cue ball was going, but he could pot a ball, couldn't he? South African. Ooh, well, did he play off the yellow? I don't think so, but he'll settle for it. Very fortunate. Hit that all wrong. And he's give him a chance.
Well, the red, he potted her off the yellow, and the yellow's come off. There and down. It's a very thin cut for him. He's having a look at it. It's never easy to judge these. You've got to concentrate on the cut, and then you've got the positional side on these fast tables trying to control the cue ball. He's not sure he can cut it in. Don't blame him for that. He's all over Barry
Dominic
Hawkins
Dale.
like a rash at the moment, so if he took a chance there and made a mess of it, give Barry a chance to be no good.
The only thing is you wouldn't expect Barry to make any mistake here. He's got a 1-cushion escape, so expect him. The only thing is he's got to be a little bit wary of just sliding past the cluster. That's the sort of line he's looking for. Oh, and he's a bit pacey. He's a bit pacey. But I think he's just about all right.
I could see he played it in such a way that if he caught the far knuckle, he couldn't leave it on. And Barry's looking at a red here. Could well be taking this on or playing a thin safety. I'm not quite sure what he's doing. Well, safety it is. And he caught it too thick. Cue ball hasn't gone down the table enough. Tried behind yellow green probably.
Yeah, there is a red to the right corner, as you can see. The ones to the left corner are covered. If he's got a nice angle, this is a shot that Dominic plays very well, but he'd only play it. Now, it's the wrong angle, really. He plays that, he's likely to run into the cluster of red, so that's too risky. And it's not a bad target, that, behind green and brown. But that red on the right would concern him. He can't be playing the safety and running into that red, because it would keep the cue ball at this half of the table. Well, he's going for this. Got to go back up for the blue or bought colour. The black's not available. So just concentrated on the screw. Of course, once that red was running loose, you can leave anything. And he has left a chance.
As you can see, the bridging is awkward here for Barry Hawkins with the one on the left, so you're not sure if you can see the other red. If you could just drop this in, if the black was available, it would be an easier shot, but if he's playing it with pace, and he's got awkward bridging like that, it does give him more chance to miss it, I'm afraid. But he struck it well.
1.
Don't think he's on anything. He's got the green, but he'll have to play it with a huge deep screw. So Barry Hawkins just can't get in this game as yet, so once again he needs to play good safety here now. Try and force another opening from Dominic Dale.
Barry Hawkins 1.
Not a great safety. He tried to cover the reds on the right side of the table with the yellow. Didn't play that good. So there's a few small things not going right for Hawkins out there. He's missed a few chances and a few poor safety shots, and they all start to niggle you. He would have been hoping to come out today, obviously, and win the first 2 frames and have a rest before the semi-final. But Dominic Dale is having no part of that at the moment. Now then, is he on a colour this time?
1.
Well, he's on the blue. The brown is taking him away from the reds. Not sure if he's got the... Well, it's quite thin, but he could play a soft screw into the pink off the blue. Bring that into play, because the black is pretty tied up here. He's looking for the brown at the moment. He's got to avoid any colours on the way back down. He's done that. And he's on a red.
5.
So he did have a chance to clear up in the previous frame after Dominic Dale missed a red to go safe. Didn't manage that. Should be
6.
looking to cause some damage here.
And full of contact on that red, and it'd
11.
been nice, but just at the moment, I think Barry's timing just a little bit off. He seems to be hitting hard enough, but he's not getting a lot of action on the cue ball here. Maybe a little bit of tension in the arm. As I say, last evening, when he was 9-3 in front, we were wondering, was this session ever going to take place? But it is, and with Dominic winning the first 2 frames, it's certainly a match on. Still think Barry Hawkins is a big favourite, but you never know. This is the Crucible, and this is the World Snooker Championship.
Yes, I think he's finally deciding to wisely play a safety shot. He's looking at the red behind the pink there. That would have been big risk. Okay, he didn't get as many points as he needed, but you've got to recognise when things are not really going for you out there. And as John mentioned, perhaps he's not quite hitting the cue ball as well as you'd have liked. He hasn't had a lot of table time. It's time then to perhaps hedge your bets a little bit.
Just needed to run past the yellow for it to be a good safety. This looks better. Makes all the difference if you can find that ball cushion. Be a very aggressive safety shot to play into the red just above that little cluster of 3 that's surrounding the black. The only danger with it, and he's having a look, there's every chance you could possibly knock one over the left corner. Dominic is wondering whether he can knock one in the left corner. You'd have to hit the first red very full though. I see what he's looking at. I can see what he's looking at. But I think if you tried what would turn out to be a 4-ball plant, you'd be struggling to get the cue ball back to the balk end. They wouldn't be far off, but you'd have to hit that first red, the one that's separated from the 3 and the black. You'd have to hit it full in the face to get the right contact, and that wouldn't give you a safety shot. So if he goes for it, he has to go all out. All out, he's gone. Well, he didn't go all out. At the end of the day, he played it half ball. I was getting myself at it there. But he's played a decent enough shot.
The one thing that didn't happen there, of course, the pink or black didn't come into play. You thought the black may have come into play there, but they're both tied up, so Barry Hawkins can just get through to this red. Made a lot of side on it. Trying to avoid the reds on the way back down, and he was a bit lucky then. He could have caught that red full ball, but just clipped it off the end.
Yeah, I'll settle for that. Problem is with the red that's very close to the right-hand cushion, you got to be careful there you don't get a double kiss if you play safe off it. I'm playing off this one, digging down, you've got to hit it just right, trying to swing it round off 3 cushions to get behind the green or yellow. Hit it well, but not enough, and that's why he's caught the blue. Now what's he left? Yeah, a lot of left-hand side, and if it slips past the green, this is a good safety, believe me. That's a cracker.
Nice, you look trapped there. You can only see a few reds, and there's no natural path back off them for sure now. And that was a high-risk safety shot, I'm afraid. He was trapped by the excellent safety shot that Dominic Dale played.
So a chance for Dominic. He'd love to get the pink on its spot sooner rather than later, but with this easy red to the left middle, he'll be looking to get on, well, you would think yellow or green. For starters. He's overhit it. Well, he's okay.
One.
He's just about on the green. But the sooner, as I say, he gets the pink on its spot, the more he'll feel like making a sizable contribution.
Four. Five.
He's got a red in the centre. He's got a red directly below the
11.
black that's available.
Well, he's having a look to see if the black will go. Well, that would mean he'd be potting this red, coming off the top cushion and carrying the red just to the right of the black. So he's putting all your eggs in one basket. But he's played it beautifully. Absolutely perfect. Could not have played it better. What a chance he's give himself now.
Yes, I was just thinking when he got in there that if he gets 20, he'll do very well. And of course, pink's back on his spot. Now the black's in the open. Good chance to win the frame now for Dominic. And not somebody's phone goes off all the time.
19.
It won't help
Make
it.
sure your phones are switched off, please.
At least it didn't go off when he was down on the shot.
$20.
That pink has now put him 15 points in the lead, so he can win this frame without that
26.
red that's up in the balk end. The reason I say that, I don't think
27.
that red will pass the brown. May do, but he can win them with the reds in this third of the table.
$34. $35.
This is excellent stuff, this, from Dominic. It really is.
Looks very comfortable out there.
42.
So he should. He's dominated this session so far. Keeping things simple with some good positional play.
Purposely holding the pink spot there. He doesn't mind the pink going on the blue spot. That's the highest available.
49.
So 38 points the lead. Looking for red colour and one more red. And he's got the
50.
perfect angle on this black now to pot the black and just come off the top cushion. Something like that would do. Should develop one of the reds. That's just about okay. As long as he knocked the red on, he wasn't bothered.
57.
What a battling performance this is from Dominic. Every credit to him. He looked down and out. A lesson to every young aspiring snooker player. Never give in. And that red going in now puts him 47 points in front with just 43
58.
remaining. And if he pots the pink in the middle, which you expect him to do, no return to the table for Barry Hawkins. Beautiful positional shot. He's played a couple in this break
64.
already. The shot he played to bring the black into play was, well, as good as you'll see. Well, it doesn't matter about the red. I'm certain Barry will give the nod to referee Brendan Moore. He does. So, Dominic started the session 6 frames behind. He's cut his deficit. 1 more to go before the mid-session interval. He now trails by 3. Barry Hawkins may be getting a little bit concerned, but he still leads 11-8.
Well, I'm not going to say Barry Hawkins is desperate to win this frame, but he'd be pretty keen to do it. If you lose the first 4 frames against Dominic Dale here, okay, it'll be 11-9, he'll still be 2 frames in front. That's a huge difference from when he was 6 frames in front.
Well, the fact that Barry's having a look to see if the black's available, maybe he can just get to the potting angle of this red into the right middle. Bit careless for Dominic to leave this. And it's there now. Can he get to this black? The referee will be watching this very close, I promise you. Oh, there looks to be plenty of room. There's a gap between the black and the red. The problem was, because it was tight, he could pot the black, but he couldn't do a lot with the cue ball.
8.
And really, he's not on much. Sometimes you'd think, well, he could play the double here into the the left middle, but that red in the middle of the table, he's blocking that, so just a safety.
Barry Hawkins, 8.
Well, he looks as if he stopped in place there. He didn't try and get behind the brown there. I don't think he tried to get it tight on the cushion, but he's covered all the portable reds and he's left Barry Hawkins with a very thin slick on this one. To get back into the balk area, this can go wrong. There you go.
Foul. Dominic
Better off in
Dale,
there than wobbling the cue ball in the pocket and leaving it down by the reds, but it's left Dominic with a chance either to be aggressive and take this red on and hold for the black, or to pot it and run through for blue or bar colour. So you've got choices. He's having plenty of table time. He'll fancy this one.
Well, he hedged his bets, and basically that made the pot more difficult. I was with you there, Terry. I thought he'd have left the straight red and stun it in and automatically be on the black, but he may have just got away with it. When you're playing catch-up like this, you need a run of the ball, a little bit of help from your opponent. And at the moment, those 2 ingredients seem to be on Dominic's side.
tried there to pot a red, one after the other. His main task was to cover the pocket with the green, black and blue. There's not a line there. And Dominic may be able to just get through. No, he's playing the red just above the pink. He's playing the safe shot back into a similar area. No, he's messed it up. Oh. Well, I thought for a minute he's going to get away with that. Looks as if the cue ball had been further up the table, he would have got safe. Well, sometimes in this match we've looked at Barry Hawkins, and with that sort of chance you feel he's going to make a break, but at the moment he just can't put anything together. He's already been in here and lost position once, didn't quite get on the black correctly. And we just got the 1 point there. Now he hasn't reached the yellow, has he?
Barry Hawkins 1.
Yeah, he's just reached it. I thought he hadn't reached it.
Yeah, well, Dominic looked at him and I don't think there's any question that he didn't just reach the yellow, but you can see from Barry's face, I mean, shock horror. Nearly left it short. Here we go. Definitely made a contact with it. But Barry's face and Dominic's was a picture. Now, Dominic, it's going to be very difficult to make contact with a red here and get it safe. Those two reds just to the right of the pink, you could rest on them and give you half a chance. Boy, he's played this well. Oh, superb hit. Superb hit. They don't come much better than that, and you can see the puff of the cheeks. And why wouldn't he be pleased with that one? Couldn't play it much better than this, Terry.
No, and he hasn't left Barry a safety shot to play either. So he'll have to tap into the reds. I don't think he can play a good shot off the red on the right side of the table there. So all he can do is roll up to them.
Dominic will be hoping for a touching ball here.
Touching ball, Dominic.
And he's got one. So if he just sends this cue ball down in the corner of the table. Well, anywhere in that circle, it should be safe. Just a fraction short. You know, if you leave your opponent tight against the baulk cushion, it makes such a difference. Bit thin, bit pacey, but may not leave anything, although he may if it runs a bit further. Well, he can't get through to the red that's closest to the corner pocket. So I think it's safe enough. Dominic having a look at this red down the right-hand side of the table. He's taking it on if he's playing this red. Woof! Beautiful shot. Hits it too well. Hits it too well, but he's on the green.
Dominic Dale 1.
Keeping the pressure on. He didn't decide to take that green on in the centre. Many players would have, but Thomas got his own strategy working out there, so he should stick to it.
Yeah, and it's a tricky one, this. There's lots of open reds. I mean, the one that's closest to the top cushion, if you could nestle up behind that, then it might be pretty safe, but I always feel with this type of shot, the blue's a big ball in the middle of the table, so you've got to avoid that, and you're not certain how it's going to slide off the second cushion, but that's the red he'll be going for, the one near the top cushion. But he wanted to hit the top cushion first, and this red may cut back to the left corner. It's a thin one. If he can't pot it, he's got to play safe off it. Can't afford to leave it there.
I think it's just on the edge, isn't it? If you can cut it or not, it's not a certainty. Well, he's had 2 looks. He has got a straightforward safety if he just wants to clip off the red by the black spot. He's covered the red on the corner pocket. That's his choice.
But then you push this red to the right half of the table, and you don't really put your opponent under a lot of pressure. I.e., there's an escape route down the right-hand side of the table. Now, if Barry hits this right, there may not be an escape route down the right-hand side of the table next time around.
Played that nicely. Now then, can you see a red, as John mentioned? Maybe just be able to get to a red somewhat. We're looking down the line, you can't see it on the right hand side of the table, there's no red available there. He's be sorry now he didn't play safely off the red that was on the corner, as John mentioned. Well, he's playing off those 2 reds, is he? That's what he's trying here. The 2 reds that's to the left of the pink and close together. He's just got to get a very fine edge to miss the kiss on the way back down.
Well, it didn't look as though he could get past the black to play that. And well, is there an edge? And he wouldn't want to be playing it. He wouldn't want to be swerving a little bit with right hand side, because if he did that, he'd come off the top cushion and then check, and would probably run into the other reds. This has got to be so precise. Another roll of that cue ball, and this shot would not have been on, but if he can just get past the black, he may be able to get back to baulk. The way he was looking there, I'm not certain he can get past the black to get to the lower one of those 2 reds you mentioned, Terry.
He's up to 2 minutes now, deciding what shot to play here, and understandably, the degree of difficulty involved in the shot. But he is putting a touch aside on John, I think, to try and get around. And he's got away with it. Fair play.
Absolutely got away with it. But that was the problem, putting the right-hand side onto swerve. It was always going to check the cue ball, but fortunately, the second red he made contact with was just a glancing blow.
Barry Hawkins, of course, would like to get the cue ball somewhere close to what he played in the previous shot. It's a bit awkward off the side cushion, no bridge in there. Of course, he had to cover all the reds that were near the pocket, but Dominic Dale can get to the red that's below the black spot now, right on the cushion. So, before long we'll have all the reds on the left-hand side of the table as we look.
Mistake, and a big one. They're never that easy, them shots, but miss it completely. So, Barry, here's your chance.
One.
Well, I don't know what happened then. I think he played for the pink into the right corner. Yeah, they hit it too thin or it came off the cushion quickly. Either way, he's on the blue now without a certainty of getting close to the reds. I think he does pop the blue. So these shots are not too bad if you're free and flowing out there, but Barry Hawkins is not like that at the moment. Everything just a little bit more difficult than normal. Amazing. It's amazing what can happen. You
Barry
can't
Hawkins
believe
won.
what just happened. He's got a red
Dominic
right on
Dale
the centre pocket. He's potted that, not got on the pink. Then he's knocked the blue in and screwed it off in the middle. You couldn't have called that in a million years.
But as we did say, and we have spotted in the session so far, he's just not getting the reaction that he would normally get on the cue ball. I mean, he must have known there was a danger of the in off, but he was concentrating so much on the blue. And that's a nice little nudge. He's left himself the pink straight to the far right corner. OK, there's a little bit of pressure on it, but he could have been on nothing. Hit two reds to finish plumb.
So it's another chance for Dominic, and that is a nice shot on the pink there. Just not a difficult shot, but he wouldn't have been expecting to come back to the table, really. Now when he gets in, he looks in control of the cue ball, and when Hawkins gets in, he doesn't look if he's in control. That's what's happening at the moment. Barry Hawkins won the safety duel and then didn't take his chance. He hasn't scored much in this session, Barry. He's very little points to put on the board. Be hoping that Dominic slips out of position here somewhere to get another chance. He's only scored 37 points so far in this session, Barry Hawkins.
14.
And we're into the fourth frame.
15.
Well, just the wrong side of the blue. But there's a red very adjacent to the left corner. He may be able to just pot the blue, screw back a couple of inches. He's still beyond that red. He's not had a look at it. So he's had a run in and out of ball. Just got to be careful of the ball colours. Full ball kiss on this red would be nice. But he just slid by it. But he's okay. He's on the red to the middle. He'll settle for that.
$21. $27. $28.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, he's looking at the black. He's got a 28-point lead. I suppose he thinks the black on its spot would be good, but only if he gets good position. He doesn't want to overrun it and snooker himself when the black's respotted, but at the moment, his cue ball control is
35.
excellent.
$36.
Oh, well.
Dominic Dale. 36.
Never looked like missing a ball like that. And how many times do we see it? Just play a little bit firm. Dear me, he's thinking, what a chance he's let go big in there.
Well, it's the first time he didn't get position is in the break, so he's left Hawkins a little awkward when here he's got one into the opposite corner off the cushion or this one. Everything's missable at the moment out there. And he could have expected a lot easier chance than that when Dominic missed the black, but that's how the ball runs. What a shot that was. So he's playing a safety shot. Well, he is now. Keeping it tight, keeping the pressure on.
Dominic Dale 1.
Well, just a hit and hope this. That's all that Barry had left. And he could have hoped for something better than this. Dominic Dale comes to the table with a 37-point lead. 2 reds, 2 colours. And his plan to win the first 4 frames of this session looks to have come off. Mid-session interval after this frame.
1.
Maybe a good time for a break for Barry Hawkins to regroup. fact, just the red will
7.
put him 45 ahead with 43 remaining. But the colour will make certain his opponent doesn't come back to the table. No heroics
8.
here. And that just confirms that Dominic's going to win this frame now. Nice nudge on the red.
14.
Yes, he's had the running of the ball in this session, but he's deserved it with the way he's played. And Barry Hawkins hasn't played that bad. He just hasn't had that many chances, and the chances he's got have been pressurised
21.
because of the quality of his opponent's performance.
22.
Table time is pretty equal, 51% to Hawkins and 49 to Dominic Dale, but
27.
I'd like to know what it is in this session. It'd be more like 70-30 to Dominic, if
29.
not 80-20. Dominic doesn't want the interval, he'd like to stay out there. See
32.
there, he's striking the ball really nicely. He's hardly... Well, he's missed 2 balls, the black in this frame and a red earlier on, both that would have clinched frames really, but apart from that, it's been top-class snooker.
36. 41.
So Dominic Dale started this session and he was 6 frames behind. He's still 2 frames behind at 11-9, but he'd be delighted. Excellent performance.
Quietly as possible, please. Thank you. I just realised that last minute myself. I just realised it at the last minute. Want to do it again? Yeah. Frame 21. Dominic Dale to break.
Yeah, Dominic just making
In
certain
case
that...
anybody comes back in with the camera again. They was there before. Yeah.
So Dominic now, all settled. The first part of his plan has worked. He won the first 4 frames of this session. And Barry Hawkins still 2 away from victory. But we've had a mid-session interval. There'll be no more intervals now. This match will be played to a finish. Can Barry get back to the form that give him that big lead?
Foul.
It's much too thick.
Barry
Trying to
Hawkins.
swing it round the angles, put a lot of left-hand side. It pushed it into the red, and that's why he finished up going off. Quite amazing, really. So, mistake from Dominic, and Although it's a long red and he's got a little bit to do with the cue ball for position on the colour. First chance to Barry, which was what he would have been hoping for.
One.
Just flicking the red has left him the wrong angle on the blue. Once again, evidence that he's just not cueing as well as he might, because he overscrewed that.
6.
There's a big gap between green and brown. To kiss the green almost full ball. Bad mistake.
Barry Hawkins, 6.
Not a bad target behind the green. Well, the yellow also is something you'd be keeping an eye on. If you could kiss the yellow, then you'd have a good cue ball, but a little bit thinner than intended there. So no real pressure on Barry to play a better safety than that. Well, he's not put his hand up and apologised, so I assume he thought there was a chance of that plant, and no guessing for what's coming next.
Barry Hawkins, 1.
Well, he would have liked to block off the both cushions there by touching up to the green. The problem is he had one earlier on. He almost didn't reach when he rolled up to a ball colour.
Looks as though he's going to try and nestle on this red that's closest to the top cushion. You just got to avoid the red second right. He's not. And he's hit the red second right. Well, maybe he thinks hitting that red doesn't leave anything. And you know, he could be right. It's a good safety shot from Barry Hawkins. He's got to try and pressure Dominic Dale here into making some mistakes, because the closer that Dominic comes to Barry's score of 11, he's just 2 behind now. He's been 6 behind Dominic Dale 3 times in this match. So really is a good fighting performance, but Hawkins is fully aware now that this match has turned on his head.
don't think Barry Hawkins missed any easy pots in the first session. He didn't get many and he kept losing position. And Dominic played exceptionally well.
Dominic's had a look at this red on the left-hand side of the table. He can clearly get through to it. He's thinking of playing it very thin, but he'd have to avoid the jaws of the pocket. If he hits it too thick, he could run into the black. He's got to catch this just right. Well, that's an excellent safety. Superb. Don't come much better than that, in all honesty.
He was forced into that, wasn't he? And there was no other shot on for him. And sometimes when you're forced into the shot, you give yourself 100% commitment. When there's 3 or 4 options, you're never quite sure what to do. But that was as good a safety shot as we've seen in this match, or quite a few other matches as well.
Not a bad return. It's not a straightforward run back to the balk end here for Dominic. He's got to be careful.
Well, he's got a red here similar to one he took on earlier on. It's a long straight red screw back into balk. He's quite good at that shot. What he's got to do is either pot the ball or get the red close enough to the pocket that it doesn't come back down the table. So he's having a go here. You'll see his cue coming off his hand now as he strikes with power. He's hit it well. Excellent shot.
Yes, as long as you get the red into the jaws, it'll rattle and stay at this end of the table, and he's got a good cue ball. And he's forced a mistake from Barrett. So here's a chance for Dominic. Once he'd mishit it like that, he could have left this opening red a lot easier, but red to the right corner, doesn't have to do a lot to be on a colour. Just pot the ball. No problem, right in the heart of the pocket. He's been making the most of these kind of opportunities. He's got the pink and black into play, the blue on its spot, the red spread far and wide. What a chance this is.
They're both players in this similar situation now, aren't they? They both need to play more or less the perfect snooker. That's what they're going out there for. No mistakes, no errors in this final session. Wow, that's amazing. Absolutely amazing. How can you miss a ball like that when he's played so well in this third session here?
Well, so many times we see that interval, change it around, and maybe Dominic was thinking that this was a great opportunity now to get within one and get other things on his mind, but as you can see, can't believe he missed that red. Now, Barry, can you produce your best form? You need to.
Not the prettiest of first reds. Very close together. That is always going to be missable. They were so close together, the potting angle is not that easy to judge. Plus, he had the problem of coming off the cushion. Okay, you've still got to say he should have made the red, but you can understand that was missed. The one Dominic Dale missed, you couldn't understand it because he's hardly missed anything and he's striking the ball so well. So he'll be delighted now. I know it's wrong, John, but what we actually do when we're out there in Barry Hawkins' position, you think to yourself, well, surely I could have had an easier red than this when Dominic's missed an easy shot, but it's not like that. Whatever's in front of you, you've got to play it. And I'm not saying he did think like that, but maybe now in the chair thinking about it.
Yeah, I think at the moment Barry is probably wondering where his next
8.
frame's going to come from. When he started this session with a 6-frame advantage, he just thought, well, it was
9.
just a simple matter of he's bound to get chances, he'd take them and he'd be over the line. He's had a few, not taken them. Well, Dominic played a cannon there on the red just above the black. Fortunately,
16.
he's got second prize. He's got a red to the left middle.
$70. $23.
See, Dominic
24.
pushes a lot of balls into the pocket, very similar to Mark Williams in one way. He likes just drifting the cue through very slowly for his shots, and he's clever at that shot.
Well, we did say, Terry, that to make this comeback,
31.
apart from Dominic having to play well, he needed a little bit of help from his opponent. And he certainly got that here.
32.
Well, he had a little bit of help from the run the balls, I think, John, when he missed that red when they were wide open like that. But you're right enough, because if Hawkins in full flow, he would have potted that red, wouldn't he? Everything's a little bit more difficult now, and getting more difficult per shot for Barry Hawkins when he gets in. There's almost a desperation stage that comes along, and you can't get out your mind what was instead of what is.
39.
You've all been there and been through these things. And I tell you what happens, time goes on, but we stop.
$40.
Going back to that red there that Barry Hawkins missed, John, it's obvious when your opponent is playing so well and he
47.
misses an easy one, you've just got to punish him then. Make him think about what's happening out there. Now he's back in the balls, playing really well again, and he's back in a comfort
48.
zone.
Yes, and when you do miss an easy shot and you're not punished for it, then you can erase it from your mind immediately. If it costs you the frame, then you can think about it for the next couple of frames. But ever closer to the winning
55.
line here. Red, colour red. That's all that's needed.
$56.
Just a little short on the blue. A quick glance at the scoreboard. This blue will put him 55 points in front with 59 remaining. A good angle on the blue, it'd have been a formality. Maybe not so now. Well, that was a clever shot, and if he gets a full ball kiss, well, he hasn't. He's purposely played the screw off the bump of the middle
61.
pocket. He purposely played this. An excellent attempt to get close to the one red he needs. It will go to the far right corner. Frame ball. Not there.
Dominic Dale, 61.
Every time you say frame ball, John, he sends to miss it. You shouldn't be saying that frame ball. You're putting him off, I think.
Well, thankfully he can't hear me, but I suppose you consider yourself a little bit unlucky, but then you could say, well, why didn't you just screw the blue in and play for that red that's just to the left of the pink? It's only been a 3/4 ball pot. But this is tough for Barry. And they're just not going in. He stopped potting. So, having missed the frame ball on his last visit, didn't have to wait too long for another opportunity. This to go 56 points in front with just 51 remaining. No mistake that time.
Eight. Nine.
You'll be getting concerned now, will Barry? Came out for this final session with a 6-frame advantage and just needing 2 for victory. His lead has
15.
been whittled down to just 1 frame, and he still needs 2 frames for victory.
Thank you. 60.
It's not been flawless stuff from Dominic, but it's really all about not making or making the last mistake, and it seems in all of
22.
these frames we played, all 5 of them, it's Barry who just makes the mistake at the vital time.
23. $30.
Doesn't matter about the yellow.
Dominic
But
Dale, 30.
Dominic Dale, what a competitor, showing great character. He's right back in it now. Game on. He only trails by 1. Barry Hawkins 11, Dominic Dale 10.
Keep the noise down, please. Thank you. Frame 22. Barry Hawkins to break.
Starting to get to the stage now when Dominic's going to feel a bit more of the pressure. He looked very relaxed earlier on. Obviously 11-5 behind. He'd come out there and try his best. He never does anything different, but deep down he wouldn't have been thinking of winning the match, but now he will be. What Barry Hawkins has got to do now is to just play his normal style. He can't go and start attacking the balls or going more defensive. He's got to rely on the work he's put in, the effort he's put in to get this far in the tournament. Just play the shot as he sees it in normal circumstances, but that's very difficult. These are not normal circumstances, and he's under a lot of pressure. And we've seen last year he responded very much to that, but there has been a few times with Barry Hawkins as he looks at this Brown, when he's lost a good lead. He lost to Judd Trump in the Masters from well in front, and of course he lost to Ricky Walden this year in the Masters from 5-1 in front, lost 6-5. So he's got some history there. You just got to hope from his perspective that will help him. Well, he's played the positive shot but didn't quite catch it as he hoped.
5.
So you can see he's got 2 reds then, but they're both tricky positional wise. It never comes easy. And you keep losing frames. That was well played.
6.
That was one of those missable shots in the circumstances.
Yeah, it was a good
Quiet
pot.
with the bags and the sweet wrappers,
And
please.
he's landed absolutely perfect on the blue, and you would think that he'd like to get rid of this red that's closest to the right corner. Then the black will be available into both corner pockets.
$11.
Very close to this red. The referee having a good look, so. A
12.
little bit lower than he would have liked on this black, but I don't think it causes much of a problem. If he played a little screw shot, he could play for the red that's just below the black into the same pocket as the black. Big chance. There's lots of pressure on this. We'll take
90.
nothing for granted.
All this pressure on you in the crucible, whether you're in front or behind, or level. It doesn't make any difference, does it? But this is extreme, John, isn't it? It's different, slightly different. It's the first clear-cut opportunity he's really got. He's missed a few balls, like after Dominic's made a mistake, but he hasn't got, you know, many points on the board. I think his highest break this session has been 25. So he hasn't really got in his shots, really. And once again, he's missed the cannon.
But he just seems to be hitting the ball just that little bit
27.
too hard. But I think he may be okay here. I think that red just goes, it does. The one just to the right of the pink. Looks as though it goes from behind the pocket. Unless my commentator's eye has gone completely. That pot's...
No, you don't want to be potting those for your next meal, do you? In this situation. You would have liked something easier than this.
Well, he's found an alternative, but I'm certain that red potted, but he just doesn't feel his guaranteed position. Played the other one, but he's run back to the balk end, and if he finishes
28.
tight on the balk cushion, it's end of break, and not the easiest roll up.
Thought he'd catch the second red, didn't he? A little bit thicker than that. Caught it thin and it's gone all the way down to the balk cushion. You can almost, in the commentary box, see these things happening before they happen, of course. Never got in prime position there.
Didn't fancy the roll-up. He doesn't want this yellow to go in. He doesn't want it to go in. That's the last thing he wanted. He wanted Dominic Dale to play from here, and with the yellow back on its spot, makes it even more difficult.
And this is a tough safety. Lots of side. It's a pretty good shot, but he's left a red on. We're almost certain to leave a red on the way things are going. Barry shouldn't be thinking that he's been unlucky there, because he did have a few chances when he was in the balls then to play a good cannon and have another easy shot, but he slipped out of position.
Well, the priority for Dominic, this red closest to the corner pocket. Make certain you pot the ball. You need a bit of luck with the positional side of the shot. It looks certain to run into other reds, but just make certain of potting the ball. And now you need a bit of luck. Found the line back, and as I said, when Barry was in this similar situation, this roll-up is not guaranteed on these very quick tables. Played it well.
Dominic Dale won.
Played it well. Okay, may have left a path to the red on the left-hand side of the table, but nevertheless, that was pretty good. I don't think he can get to any other red.
When he can get to the pot here. He looked from the commentary box, he couldn't see that.
And of course, what's happened, and this is what the way the snooker gods, if you like, seem to work against you. It seems every time he misses a ball or a pot, he leaves a chance on for Dominic. This is a thin one, once again, same principle as the last one. Make certain the pot, trust to look for position. More control on that one. Wrong side of the blue, but nicely on the pink. A good chance. Well, he's held the pink spot. Now, if the pink spot isn't available, you'll have to go to as close to its own spot as it can, unless the black spot's available.
7.
Well, it is. And maybe he held the pink spot on purpose, because he can now play for the black and get the black on the pink spot.
8.
Or play for the pink. Plenty of options. Just not got to miss any easy pots here. This is a frame-winning opportunity. Big, big moments in this match. This frame to put us all square, 11 apiece. Who would have thought that at the start of this session? Pink now goes back on its own spot. Dominic would have liked to have been a little straighter as Barry looks on. He must be getting a bit concerned. Dominic to see seeing if the pink will pot. That's for later on. He'll be playing for the blue off this, you feel for certain. Well, the pink must really go, because the way he was looking as though it might have been a little bit tight, but held it nicely, and as you see, plenty of room. I think that's been one of the most impressive parts of this comeback from Dominic. His cue ball control has been absolutely top draw.
21.
And of course, when you have good control of the cue ball, it makes every shot that
22.
little bit easier.
Of course, Hawkins sitting in the chair there is wondering what's going on around him. It's not a great place. No doubt about it. It's the unexpected that hits us the hardest out there. And who would have expected this?
Now, the points are all square,
29.
which means that he's going to need these 5 remaining reds. So I beg the question there, when he was nicely on the black, why didn't he try and bring that red away from the left-hand side of the table? He'll be looking at the scoreboard now and thinking, maybe I've missed an opportunity. Because if he'd have caught that red fullish, it'd have been on this red anyway. Four reds, 4 blacks would only put him 32
30.
in front with 35 left. He's taking the blue, so he's going to need that last red on the left-hand side cushion, and he had a chance to move it away off the black. Will that shot come back to haunt him? And he's overrun that by a long way.
35.
Nicely played. He wants the cue ball to run though.
36.
Not quite. But he can play a very, very difficult snooker for Barry Hawkins. Dominic Dale is just 7 points in front. Closer this is behind the brown, the more difficult the escape. Because he had
Dominic Dale, 36.
maybe touching that. Not quite, but Barry's looking around the table to look for the escape, but his mind must be a little bit clouded at the moment with things that's gone on out there.
There's a possibility. I'd suggest going the other side of the blue, but you might not just be able to get to the red there. If he can come off the top cushion, side cushion, he may, as long as he judges the pace and the line correctly, he may just get it safe. Desperation time at the moment. You wouldn't want to really be playing to remove that red away from the left-hand side of the table. That first line to the baulk cushion is probably just a little bit off, but the other lines are pretty on. He's played it with pace, and he got a good hit, but playing it like that, he couldn't really trust himself to judge the pace, and he's left Dominic this red on to the middle.
Well, you'd have probably hoped if he hit it that pace, John, he could put one in the red safe, but he hasn't. Not sure if Dominic will play a type of shot to bring the red into play here. No, he didn't.
1.
Well, he may have landed on the black absolutely perfect to play the deep screw to try and bring that red into play. Could do. If he really gets into this cue ball, he could remove that red from the left-hand side cushion. But he's not playing it, he's playing for the loose red. So that's 2 opportunities he's had now to try and remove that red from the left-hand side cushion. He can't win the frame without it.
8.
And leaving it to the last minute is never ideal.
And that's what he's done, and he's got to come off the cushion now. He hasn't got the angle to screw straight onto the red. He's just missed the pink on the way down with a touch of right-hand side. Ideally, he'd like to catch it about half ball, bring it into play, into open table. Not quite. Still in command of the table, he'd be a little disappointed.
40.
But he's 21 points in front now. Put a good safety shot in here, and Barry Hawkins will be still under all the pressure in the world out there.
Dominic Dale, 14.
Very good. Enough distance as it will get between the 2 balls, and well, this shot doesn't look that difficult in normal circumstances. There is something Barry Hawkins won't be seeing things as clear as we are here in the commentary box at this moment.
Needs to miss the pink. And he didn't. And I don't know whether this might be a guide. There's just a little bit of this red sticking out, and I think enough of it that Dominic could pot it. What will make it awkward, of course, he's hampered by the pink. Can't get his bridge hand on the table.
Well, I think he played it. But, as it's turned out, he didn't get near to it. So Barry Hawkins' his chance now to try and nail a good safety. He's looking for something to happen out there, Barry Hawkins. At times like this, you've got to really go out there and you've got to make it happen.
Well, that was poor. He needs this red to nestle near the top cushion, and if it does, he's had a result. He's had a result.
He had to go close to the brown with that red, otherwise the red would have been coming down towards the right corner pocket. But I mean, he's caught the brown quarter ball, and it's a bit of running that's kept him in this frame. Thought he'd been on the pocket. He would have fancied Dominic to clinch from there. 21 points in front. He doesn't like it. It looks a natural shot to play off 2 cushions down behind the yellow.
Yeah, just 3/4 ball red. That'd go up to the balk end. Well, now he's looking at the type of shot you play here. You're not playing the pot, you're just playing the red quarter ball. Cut it off the top cushion, side cushion, and back along the top cushion. Maybe feels more comfortable playing it like that. But he's caught it much too thick. And I'll tell you what, in a way, he'll be pleased it went in the pocket, because if it had caught the bump, then he could well have left this red a lot easier.
Well, Dominic's looking at the table there as if there's something went wrong, but the truth of it is you've got a load of side spin on that ball and he's thrown it wide into the centre pocket.
Yeah, if you're going to play that shot, you've got to hit it a lot thinner than that.
Well, you can get through here to the potting angle of the red, either side of the table. I have to say at this stage of this frame-on match, it's no more than perhaps 30% in favour for Barry Hawkins. I didn't get near it. Well, if he's covered that, he has been fortunate.
No, I don't think he has. I mean, he may have stopped the pot to the corner, but it's cuttable into the left middle. Dominic, 17 points to lead. Only 3 or 4 pots away from winning this frame.
That brown has made it awkward for him. He can't take his normal stance. He's got a bit too high. See his bridge hands right up in the air. So I'm not surprised he missed that. But this doesn't look great for Barry Hawkins. Look at this. Amazing what can happen out there. Look at that. And Barry just needs to take a little bit of time on this to get rid of the disappointment of that happening to him and the shot he played earlier. Sometimes you feel no matter what you do here, you're going to leave it on. But he has. Well, unless the white runs, I don't think it's going to. How could he catch it that thin? The red hardly moved, John.
I know, just scraped the paint, didn't he? But what a chance now for Dominic Dale to level the match.
One.
Green, and then yellow and green. And we'll be all square at 11 apiece. Well, he's calling kick, but I think there was a little bit of tension in the arm there. He really didn't cue that as well as he has been doing.
Four.
And with these super fine cloths, Terry, if you don't hit the cue ball correctly, they will bounce, and they can be bouncing when they hit the object ball. So this green, this yellow and green, not a formality. Not now. 2 big shots needed. Well, I couldn't have played it like that. I'd have had to play it with a bit more pace, but it just wobbled in, and the green is all he needs. The comeback, amazingly enough, is complete.
Just drops the brown in, and it's been a tremendous effort from Dominic Dale. He's played some of the best snooker we've ever seen from him here at the Crucible Theatre. But after all this work he's put in, he'll still find that he's only level, and he may realise that. When he sits in a chair, and that's what happens when you come back, but he is level. 11 frames each.
that cue ball to stop. About a couple of inches, so a little nestle behind the, you would think the green. Unless he fancies the pot on the brown. It's a big shot to take on, because to get position on the red, you'd have to be screwing the cue ball on and off the baulk cushion or swinging it round off 3 cushions. Makes this brown difficult. Well, he played the more attacking shot,
Dominic Dale 1.
but the brown came back and kissed the cue ball into a reasonable safe position. So it looks like Dominic's prepared to go for the shots to get over the winning line.
Well, I think that's a must for him, because that's what he's been doing so far to get back into this match. He's got to stick to it. Nothing changes apart from the scoreboard, as they say. But what a dramatic change.
Just an average safety shot there from Barry. Dominic eyeing up this red down the right-hand side of the table. You may be tempted to take it on if you could get position on the black. It's a big shot and a very important part of the match. Edged on the side of getting the cue ball back to baulk, and he couldn't have played it much better. He's just showing off his cue power. He's played a few of those type of shots. As long as you get the red in the jaws of the pocket, it's usually going to be pretty safe.
He's hit the wrong red. He missed the first red.
One.
You're right, Hazel. It's been a wonderful exhibition of match snooker from Dominic Dale in this session. He's won all 6 frames. Barry Hawkins is in now. Dominic Dale has missed the red that he played for with a safety and caught another red and left the cue ball up this side of the table. Now these are the times that not when you get tested as a player for Barry Hawkins, but as a person How strong is he? From these situations when you go on to win matches after losing a big lead, if that's where the layers of self-belief come from. But if you fail, they tend to wither.
16. $17.
Not ideal on this black. And just crept past the pink and he's on this red to
24.
the right corner. Looks as though he can, well, looking at the angle there, may be able to hold it or run across the face of the black for the black in the same pocket. Dominic has made a fantastic recovery here to get back to level terms, but not without a little bit of help from his opponent, it has to be said. And there's another
Barry
example.
Hawkins, 24.
Is he saying kick? He thought he got a heavy contact.
And what a time for it to happen. It's the first time he's really been in the meat of the ball for a long time. Incredible. We're watching it here and it's still hard to believe what's happened. Barry Hawkins, 3 times in this match, has been 6 frames in front. I know Dominic Dale has won 6 on the spin to draw things level. This is what makes the Crucible Theatre and the World Championships so special.
Extend this one.
Well, it's not a difficult pot, obviously, and he doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball, but be very careful with this that you don't miss cue, and of course, foul the red that is close to the cue ball. There is another red to the left corner, but that's no good to him, really, because the black won't go to the right corner. As I say, he's got them onto the left corner. Maybe there's another implement underneath the table that can help. So this is the old one where you get the spider and put the rest on top of the spider. Then that just gives you a little bit more feel for the shot. Referee Brendan Moore will be watching this closely. Well, that's as good as he could do.
Thank you.
He's close enough to the cushion to make this black missable.
1.
There's pressure on this. That's the problem.
Dominic
I've seen
Dale.
it so many
1.
times when you close the cushion and all you can do is roll the ball in, and even though there's not a lot of nap on these cloths, so often we see them shots hit too thick.
Well, I'm going to look here if there's any value playing for the black of this red. Bring it into play. Now, the only problem
1.
with this is if he comes straight, and I think he has, then he's limited where he can, how far he can bring this cue ball off the cushion. Well, he's overdone it. It's caught it too good. Maybe a plant on, but there's no single red on.
8.
Well, the plant is on by the look of it.
Yeah, there's a bit of distance between the two balls, so it's not a certainty, this.
Nothing's a certainty at the moment, I don't think, John. It's very tense out there for them. He's got that in, but give the shot so much attention, he's not on the colour.
9.
He's having one disaster after another in this session.
Barry Hawkins, 9.
Well, I couldn't have played that shot. I would have tried to get behind the green off the cushion there. Dominic Dale's got a straightforward safety now. If he wants to just leave the cue ball near the right-hand pocket of that red that's near there, I don't think he'll take the pot on. Well, or did he? Well, he didn't play that, I can tell you. I think he may play the pot, you know, dead weight to come the other side of the black.
Whatever he played, he won't complain about the outcome.
Foul and a miss.
If this red goes
Dominic
into
Dale.
the left middle, that is unforgivable. And it does.
One.
And just about got enough angle on the blue. You couldn't afford to leave that short. And I'll be honest with you, I'd have been struggling to try and play it like that.
Well, he totally he misjudged the angle, John, didn't he? He tried to catch it full ball on and didn't get near it. Mind you, anything could happen here with Barry Hawkins.
6.
Yep, absolutely. He's not in a good place at the moment. He's not thinking straight. What he's got to
7.
try and do now is dig in. Now, a little cannon here for Dominic. Off the black, he's got the perfect angle. If he can get the cannon on that red, he'll split those 3 reds by the pink and still be on one of those 2 reds to the same pocket as the black. Well, he's decided to go another way, didn't want to risk it. That's okay.
14.
He feels that in potting this, he'll bring those 2 reds near the pink into play.
$50.
You just feel if it had played the cannon, he'd have just cleared them out a little bit more, that's all. So it's all a little bit congested now there. Plays the cannon and he moves them reds away from the pink. Oh, well, he got the cannon that time. When it was a lot more difficult.
22.
Funny old game.
$23.
This pink will take Dominic 2 points in the lead, so he's going to need the 4 remaining reds with colours. But he won't need the green. Obviously, the left-hand red of the 2 goes to the right corner.
29.
And we have said all along, Terry, that when it got to the stage, if it ever got to the stage where Dominic looked like winning this match, then it'd take on a different aspect altogether. But so far, he's handling it well. Just about okay on this black.
As you mentioned earlier, John, the difference between the 2 players is when Dominic
37.
is in, he's keeping the cue ball close to the object ball and taking the pressure away, and Barry Hawkins is not. I don't think for 1 minute that
38.
Dominic Dale isn't under pressure, just because he's come back like this and could go in front here. He is. He's under extreme pressure, but it's not the type of pressure that Barry Hawkins is feeling. He feels that he's left everything go in front of him. He's still looking what was instead of what is Barry Hawkins. That's what happens out there.
Could not have struck that any better.
45.
He's an angle on the
46.
pink. Well, he's crying bounce. But, can he screw across and get behind this red? Or does he have to stun there? Looking for one more red in the colour. Needs to miss the red. And just caught it. Well, he needs a red in the colour. He may be tempted by
52.
this red. He may not, of course, but no, thinks it's an easy safety shot. Comes Snooker, possibly with the yellow.
Dominic Dale.
That's
52.
been his game plan, isn't it, so far today? He's taken what's there, played very good safety, not really taking anything on. There was risk involved. It's very, very good play. His scoring has been good. He's made about 5 breaks over 50 already. At the end of the day, under pressure, the less mistakes you make, the better chance you have of winning. It's not the brilliant stuff that wins it all the time.
Well, that's handy for Barry. Okay, Dominic can get through to the red, but now green and brown in play. This frame could be decided on who pots this last red. Wasn't like that a few shots ago.
How's played? Great shot.
Yes, and you could see Barry there didn't want to get out of his seat. He just slumped in his chair. Perfectly played from Dominic. He's got to hit this, got to get it safe. Tall order. Good hit. Good hit. And safe enough. Dominic giving this an awful lot of thought. He didn't really want to be playing the half ball on the left, on the right-hand side if we look, because he'd be maybe knocking it towards the corner. But you feel that if he sends it back up towards the baulk end with the green and brown there, it wouldn't be potable. But just concentrating on pushing it past the middle pocket. Well, will Barry be tempted here? If he hasn't got an easy safety, he may well be, but can he send this cue ball around the angles back to this top cushion, the black end, and avoid a kiss or that red kissing green or yellow? Not certain.
Well, it's a tough pot at any time, but I'm with you, John. If you can't see a good safety, could inspire him if he knocks this in and clears up. At the moment, he's had no reward for the effort he's put in this afternoon. Dominic Dale has won every frame, in command in this frame, 25 points in front.
Where's this red going? Over the middle, that's where. And Dominic, 25 points in front, needs this red and a colour. And the red cuts. It's a thin one, but it cuts.
One.
He's knocked the green on. The green will put him 29 points in front with 27 left. What a turnaround. Whoa, yeah. Struggled its way in. Just can't believe what has happened here. Start of the session, 11-5 behind. And now with that yellow going in, has won 7 frames in succession. Amazing.
9. Dominic Dale, 9 and a frame.
And a nod from Barry Hawkins, who was 2 frames away from victory. And now it's Dominic Dale who takes the lead at a vital time. Barry Hawkins still 2 frames away, but Dominic Dale only 1. 12-11. Who would have believed it?
Thank you, frame 24. Quiet down, please. Barry Hawkins to break.
Well, remarkable it would be, Hazel. I've seen Dominic Dale since playing since he's a young lad, and I can't remember him playing this well in the Crucible Theatre, if anywhere. He played well against John Higgins in the Grand Prix when he won that down in Bournemouth, and came back from a long way behind against Ryan Day in China to win a tournament. So he's won 2 ranking events. Can he sustain the excellence he's shown so far under the most extreme pressure?
Well, went for that, thought the only red he could leave was the one he's playing. And that's what he's left. What has Barry Hawkins got left in the locker now?
It's got nothing to do with Q actions now.
1.
It's even got nothing to do with psychology. For Barry Hawkins, this is about him as a person. Can he think clear under this type of pressure, having so little reward from this session so far?
Just give me a second, Brian, please.
Probably heard Brandon Moore said, give me a second, because obviously the pink spot not available. No other spots available. So just to remind you, it's as close to his own spot as it can in a direct line with the middle of the top cushion.
Thanks. 7. Eight.
He was looking there to be on the blue, but he's just overdone it slightly. He's a little bit thinner on the blue than he would like, because you would think, with the black not being available and the pink tied up, he'd like to play the cannon onto the main cluster here. Bring the pink into play. Played the positive shot. How's your luck, Barry? He's certainly got one
13.
to this corner. There you see it. And maybe just got the angle to stun down for the pink.
Another good pot. And Barry Hawkins would have been hoping when he played that kiss into the pack of reds to perhaps bring pink and black into play. And as John said, pink is available, but not as yet.
Yeah, surprised me a little bit there. Thought he had a chance to play on the pink. He's too far for the blue. Wouldn't expect him to miss it in this corner pocket under normal circumstances. And it's a good pot.
$90.
It's all about heart now, isn't it? It's
20.
his stomach be churning and he won't feel his normal self out there. But you've got to find something.
Yeah, but it's not helped. He 3 times now he's playing on the blue and he's just overdone it. Just getting a little bit too much pace in the cue ball. So he's having to play the green.
That's what the boys in the studio were saying, John, that you just tend to either underhit or overhit. You never get it right when you're under extreme pressure. You may pot the
23.
ball, but this game at this level is not about potting balls. It's about getting position as well, and he slipped out here. Well, he's looking there, but he'd have to play that to side, and he can't get on the colour. Looks like end of break.
Well, I think there's another red, the one closest to the cue ball, that may go to the corner. Just got a little bit of work to do with the cue ball. Avoid the kiss on these 2 reds near the top cushion. Right in the heart of the pocket. Now, where's that cue ball going to stop? Luke doesn't want it too close to the side
24.
cushion. He's just about okay on the brown.
Well, he keeps playing shots off these ball colours. He can't continue to do that, obviously.
27.
One, he's not scoring much, and the other thing is that you feel he'd lose position before long. That's a
28.
slightly better angle on the blue now.
Yeah.
The pink spot looks available. If you can pot this blue, get on the red into the left corner, bring the pink into play, it would help. Well, he's gone for another red, but the black is still the same
33.
situation though.
Yeah, you feel he's got to play for the pink here, because he's only got to roll the pink in and there's a red to the opposite corner. Too many times he's gone up for the blue on both colours. Needs now good close control. I know it's easier said than done, but that's how he's going to get the job done in this frame. Well, once again up for the blue.
34.
It was a risk. It was a risk, but he obviously doesn't fancy playing the pink that's just off the cushion. But so far, so good.
39.
Just thinking pot balls, but now he's going to play for the pink.
I think the bridge hand would have been awkward, John, when you played the previous shot. You may have been bridging over those reds for the pink, but I know it's clearer for him, but every shot is difficult, obviously. The tendency you have to do when you're in the balls like this, these players, what they see is the picture in front of them that tells them they're going to pot the ball and
46.
get on the next colour. In this situation, you start to see what could go wrong before you play it.
46 points to lead. Still possible 83 remaining, so not over the line just yet. Another positional
47.
shot misjudged. Now under normal circumstances, once again, you wouldn't expect him to miss this blue to the far right corner, and there's a line of reds available into the left corner pocket at this end. All he's got to do, you think, is pot the blue. Solid. And okay. And he can pot this red and play for
52.
the pink in the left middle. So this red, the pink, and one more red, and we'll be in to a decider.
53.
This cue ball has travelled up and down the table a few times, but he's potted the balls. That was the main thing.
59.
So this red got 60 points in front with 59 remaining. Well played, Barry Hawkins.
60.
Really up against it, having lost 7 frames in a row. No matter what he does, I think he's just makes certain of the colour. At the moment, Dominic Dale needs 1 snooker. Pot the blue, 2 snookers needed. No point in going for the more difficult pink. Not in these circumstances.
65.
Well, as John said, some tremendous pots in this break from
66.
Barry Hawkins. And what courage he has shown. Totally outplayed by Dominic Dale in this final session. Well, he's missed the red, but he's really come up
Barry
with something
Hawkins,
special
66
here.
on the
His
frame.
highest break of the session, and his ball seems level. We're into a decider. There's 12 each.
Thank you. The deciding frame. Quiet down, please. Dominic Dale to break.
Yes, Hazel. Here we go. And a good break-off shot from Dominic. Couldn't have played it much better.
I like what Ken and Steve said there. No, Ken was on about the heart beating faster, which of course it does, and the adrenaline is pumping. But what Steve said, you know, the excitement of being out there in these situations is something you don't get in your life unless you're a snooker player. It's a wonderful place to be. You are in control of what can happen, but you're also hoping that the opponent helps you along and gives you a few chances. There's no guarantees for either player here. He's taken this right on. Very brave. He's going for it. I think he's made his decision. Whatever comes out here, he's going to have a go at it. Nothing wrong in that. Oh, great pot. One. Can't tell you how difficult that shot was in the circumstances, but he's got the first chance.
Just overrun it slightly. He's
Four.
just about on this red to the left middle. But it's a little bit awkward. Awkward queuing. And you just feel in these situations, you make one mistake and it could be a last. So you don't want to take any undue risks. Didn't feel as though he wanted to take the risk.
Barry Hawkins 4.
So he got the first chance. And didn't make the most of it. Well, much too thick on the
Switch
safety.
the phones off, please.
Come on, switch the phone off. This is deciding frame in the World Championship. These two lads are playing one of the biggest frames of their life. So Barry didn't make the most of his first chance. He's quickly got another one.
Yeah, the pot is easy enough, but position certainly isn't. Oh, he's played the right way. He's coming across, he's not on the pink and he's not on the black.
One.
Couldn't have played that shot much better. He played for that sort of gap that he found there, hoping to stay on the black, but it's not available. So he's been potting everything. He's got a big choice here. At this stage, I would say he should play a safety.
I would agree. I think the blue, I mean, it's tough at the best of times. But in this situation, you'd be putting your eggs, all your eggs in one basket. Why would you want to do that? But sometimes it's the way you feel, and particularly in the modern game now, it's the culture. If you get a chance, try and win the frame. But no, he's playing safe.
Barry Hawkins, 1.
Well, his main concern there, Barry Hawkins, was the red, as you can see, nearer to the right corner pocket. So he stopped and got another that, but he's got a... Well, if there is anything as straightforward here at the moment, this is not a difficult safety. Got that slightly too thick.
Yeah, he's done that before. Needs the green to help. And not quite. He can cue past the green. There's red to the right corner. May have a chance of the red to the left corner as well, the way he's looking. And the red to the left corner, although can he cure it properly? That green will make it awkward because he's left-handed. Right-handed. You think it'd be okay, but more comfortable cueing. Playing this red, but a bit more to do with the cue ball.
Needs a kiss to help him out. Well, he got a kiss.
1.
But he could have been on something easier. Good pot. Obviously the yellow's available, the black's available with the rest, and Barry Hawkins is one of the better players on the circuit with the rest. Amazing what momentum can do. Earlier on you wouldn't have fancied him to make a 20 break, but at this moment he seems to have found a second wind when he needed it the most.
Good solid pot. And I think he's got the red to the left middle,
4.
which he can control and possibly play for pink or black. Well, the fact he's having a look at the red that's to the right of the pink into the far left corner, he's not perfect, so there's a bit of pressure on this. Well played. Very well played.
5. $11. $12.
Well, then there's the black going to go after potting it.
Well, it looks as though the black spot is held. You won't mind it going on the blue spot. As long as you got the pink and black in play and the red spread as they are, He'll be thinking this is an opportunity to win frame and match. But he'll take nothing for granted.
He didn't play for the red on the black spot. And he's just, he's okay, he got red in the middle. Dominic Dale is sitting there. And he's thinking, is he going to get another chance? He's played wonderful snooker in this session. He won 7 frames on the spin.
90.
Now he's had to sit out the previous frame and maybe this one. For all the effort, he may get neck and nothing out of this match. So much put into it, so much pressure for both players.
$27.
Well, if the pink goes to the right middle, well, maybe can he just get past the pink for the red to the right middle? He didn't play for this, but he'll take it. Played it well.
28.
Just not got the angle on the black, which would have made the next red that little bit easier. Now, he screwed back far enough so he's not going to be hampered by that brown and blue.
35.
He was aware they were there. Well, you said, Terry, he's good with the rest. You wouldn't normally want to use the rest on this type of shot, but the brown and blue make it awkward queuing, so rest it is. Solid shot. Solid shot.
36.
Not perfect on the black, but not bad. And that was as good a positional shot as he's played. Really
43.
cued that nicely. Quick glance at the scoreboard. 48 points in front, 83 remaining. 3 reds, 3 colours. He'd be in the semi-final.
$44.
A little bit straighter on this pink would have been ideal, but he's going to play a delicate little stun run through. You can see where he's pointing now with his cue. He wants to pot the pink and just leave the cue ball about there. But it's not a full shot. It's just a little stun run through.
What a turnaround, John. Barry Hawkins has been sitting in the chair for about 3 hours this afternoon.
50.
Made a lot of mistakes, and all of a sudden he's found something from somewhere. It's obviously courage. He's always got the game. These players don't lose the skill, they just lose the belief out there sometimes. But
51.
Yes, and Dominic didn't score a point in the last frame. And chances are he's not going to score one in this. Isn't this just sums snooker up? It's a cruel game. So just
57.
this red needed to go 63 points in front with 59 remaining. Every credit to Barry Hawkins.
58.
From 11-5 in front to go 12-11 behind. and then stop your opponent. And there's the bang on the table. That's what it means to him. Great performance. I don't blame him
64.
showing his emotions, because there must have been times in this match that he thought he'd thrown it away. Dominic smiles. I give you every credit, Dominic Dale. When you were 9-3 behind in that second session last night, a lot of people would have dropped their heads. But you kept battling. And now it's all over.
65.
It's been a tremendous match. Who'd have ever thought we'd got to a decider? Well, the black hasn't gone in. Dominic will give Barry a warm handshake. What a match, what a comeback from Dominic Dale. He congratulates Barry warmly. Barry is absolutely delighted. More relief than anything else. And he's through to the semi-final to meet the defending champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan. He beats Dominic Dale by 13 frames to 12. What a match!